Warm greetings from the High 10. It's Everyday Shenanigans, and thanks for joining me. There's new information pertaining to the indictment against Jacqueline and Trezell West. The Kern County District Attorney's Office has obtained protective orders against the two, forbidding them to have access to their remaining children. Thank you for joining me. This was uploaded 21 hours ago. KGET is the source if you need verification of the information.
An interesting development today in the murder case against the adoptive parents accused of killing Orrin and Orson West. Trezell and Jacqueline West remain in jail, but prosecutors have obtained a criminal protective order regarding visits with the West's other children. The West attorney said in court this morning that prosecutors are concerned the West will try to influence or intimidate the children about this criminal case. Such a motion suggests at least one of the children may have witnessed a crime or has some knowledge of what happened to Orrin and Orson West.
All right, everybody. That's a very short clip. It's in the YouTube queue. KGET News is the source. Now we'll read you further information pertaining to the district attorney's plight to get these people no visits by the children. Thank you so much for joining me. KGET.com is the source. Hello, everybody in the chat. Thanks for joining me. The California City couple charged with killing Orrin and Orson West was served criminal protective orders Tuesday in connection with their other children. Prosecutors sought to stop Trezell and Jacqueline West from seeing their two biological children and two remaining adoptive children out of concerns the parents would influence them regarding the criminal case, attorneys said in court Tuesday morning. An afternoon hearing on the matter was closed to the public. It's unclear if the motion was granted in full, if it applies to only some of the children, or what exactly occurred. While not stated in court, filing such a motion suggests at least one of the children may have witnessed a crime and be called to testify. Along with charges of murder and child cruelty brought against the West is an allegation that they induced a minor to assist in committing a crime. A gag order has been issued in the case, barring attorneys and others from talking about it. Superior Court Judge Chad Louis, at the request of attorneys, updated the gag order Tuesday to include all motions and other filings, as well as all future filings in the case. Louis also ordered all motions sealed. During the morning session, Alexia Torres-Stallings, defense lawyer for Jacqueline West, told the court the Wests last year were allowed twice weekly visits after their remaining children were taken into protective custody. During the last 13 months, there have been no instances where either of our clients have spoken to their children about this case or have influenced them, persuaded them, intimidated them, etc., which is what the people are alleging, she said. The Wests are supervised during the visits. Under no circumstances are they allowed to be alone with their children, Torres-Stallings said. She said now that the Wests are in custody, they would likely be limited to monthly visits, which could be done in person or virtually, and the Wests were willing to take the latter option. Prosecutors have said Orrin 4 and Orson 3 were killed 3 months before the Wests reported them missing. Their bodies have not been found. Trezell West, 35, told authorities the boys were playing outside the California City home while he gathered firewood December 21st, 2020. He said he briefly went inside, and when he came back out, they had vanished. Jacqueline West, 32, backed up his version of events. Information received a week later led to the involvement of the Bakersfield Police Department, which eventually took over the investigation from California City Police. Dozens of searches were conducted, and authorities dug at sites in California City and Bakersfield. KGET.com is the source. So let me recap what I just read. The first video that I played says that the district attorney has obtained the protective orders against the couple. this commentary possibly was uploaded before court because 2021st, 2022nd would have been Tuesday. Today's the 23rd, and court was, I believe, today. So therefore, the couple was served the criminal protective orders Tuesday, and naturally, prosecutors sought to stop this couple from seeing their children. The baffling part of this information is that it states in here from Jacqueline's attorney that they saw the children last year 2 times a week. Now, when did that stop? I do not know. Was it ongoing up until the moment they were apprehended? I do not know. It'd be nice if we could get that said information. But what is baffling is that at the end of this commentary, they say that the case was turned over to Bakersfield 1 week later. So one would have to ask themselves, why then, if the case went to Bakersfield and possibly during that turnover, Bakersfield Police Department, FBI, whomever, got wind that the children were dead, then why in God's name would they still have been visiting their children twice a week supervised? And the fact that they had supervised visits should let you know that somebody didn't deem them fit to be with their children alone. So then one would counter that and would say, then hell, why let them see them at all? Because if you don't trust them along with the children and their supervised visits, why were they supervised? Number one. Number two, what was the purpose of having the visits all together? If indeed the state, the police, FBI, Bakersfield Police Department, assumed the boy children deceased. Why would you even trust them to be in the company of the said remaining children? That's my said commentary. It's very baffling information. If you want to join the panel to discuss this latest development pertaining to the children, the remaining children, not being able to see their parents, why were they even granted visitation in the first place? If indeed the court, the state, and the detectives knew that possibly the children were dead. So I guess I need to really get clarification on at what point did they know that the children were dead or assume the children were dead? Because as I said in this article, it says information was released, repeated verbatim. Information received a week later led to the involvement of the Bakersfield Police Department, which eventually took over the investigation from California City. So, what was the information? Did one of the children or all of the children say, one, the children are dead, they were toted out, carried out, beat to death? What? What was said by the children? Did the children 1 week later tell them, or week before, let's just say when they were taken out of the home, when the children were removed from the home, did they immediately reveal that the children were dead and gave a timeline of the death of the children? Because it has come to fruition that the children are dead and that they were dead 3 months before this couple moved to Cal City. So what is the truth pertaining to the information? What is exactly, hello everybody, what is exactly the information pertaining to what was told to the district, to the detectives in Bakersfield for them to get the case? It's very interesting. More drama. Good evening, everybody. Hello, pretty baby. Thanks for joining me. Long time no here. Woo. As they say, you can't make this stuff up. This is sickening information. So one would say to themselves, as I just said, her attorney, Jacqueline's attorney, is saying, well, they saw them before. Hello, Bridget. They saw the children before, supervised visits. Why now? Because they're arrested. You're going to stop my clients from seeing the children. So this is why I'm saying, if indeed detectives had any idea that the children were deceased by the hands of other children and the parents, did you continue? Let me ask that question. Did you continue letting Jacqueline and Trezell have access to the children? Because one would have to say they had access up until this court order, protective order was served on Tuesday. So I guess I'm answering once again my own question. These stories are so exhausting to try to chop up, chip away, put it together, because really it's stuff that you really shouldn't even have to be discussing in the first place. You shouldn't even have to be discussing who's on first, who's on third, who got the bat, who got the hat. You know, the cat chased the rat, ate the rat. This is stupid to me. Because now people are going to sit here, somebody woke. Well, wait a minute. You're telling us they've been watching the children, seeing the children. So when was the last time Jacqueline and Trezell saw all 4 children? Why did you allow them to see the children if indeed you thought that the other were dead and killed by the children? This makes no sense. I can only imagine what will come out during the trial. It should be interesting. Because with the latest development of the bio father suing the state, and also I got to see that the baby's mother's name is on the affidavit, and I just got the other documents just sent to me, the entire documents. Too many to sit and read, but you get the gist. It's just a ratchet situation that should have never happened. But that's the point. Nobody has control over others' lives, how people live. You could just sit in the gallows and be a spectator and say to yourself, thank God it's not me. I'm not going through that. I don't want to know about that. This is why you have to try to do the right thing, especially when rearing children, having sex that leads to having children. We all make mistakes, but damn, this is a hell of a mistake for these children to be placed from here to there, then over here with these goons to later be murdered by them and some kids or a kid. So I don't know if one child did the do, 2 children did the do. It doesn't even matter because it's sick. And it's a sick conversation to be having. Man, I ain't never seen nothing like it. It's just grimy. I don't know, Bridget. Do not quote me saying anything in this live pertaining to a timeline of how long they were seeing the children, when they last saw the children, if indeed law officials knew that the children were dead, when the state was letting them see their kids. We have to wait and see who's going to be the one to tell us the last time they saw the children, because we already got information from putting stuff together last night. The bio dad knew in September that the children were dead. So you push forward 5 months, we get the news the 1st of March of 2022. Put that on paper. So everybody's walking around still talking about Cal City, the boys. Do you know this? Have you heard this? Call this number, turn in information. And these folks already knew that the kids were possibly dead or are dead, however you want to word it. Because there's still going to be people that's going to question what is the truth pertaining to the children. But it's all BS to me. And I'm just an outsider looking in, but it's just BS to me. Well, Joan, the point is, if you knew that the children were dead, does that make sense for them to see the other children? Some people might argue with you with that comment. It's a matter of time. No. Some would argue against that. Why would you let them see the other kids if you had knowledge that the two missing boys are dead? Were dead. Just saying. Somebody's going to ask because I'm asking. Hello, everybody in the chat. Thank you for joining me. High winds here in Tennessee. Prayers to those who've been touched by tornadoes, because there's been some tornadoes touching down. And Madeleine Albright passed away at the age of 84. First woman, Secretary of State. Condolences and prayers to her family. Amen. Thank you. Oh, Lord. Talking about these people, it's just kids, it's just exhausting. It's never no good news. Where's the good news? Happy news. 86 viewing. Thank you for joining me. Hit the link if you want to give your opinion pertaining to this couple wanting to see their children. Should they still be able to see their children? Is it a violation of their rights not to see their children? Because even the worst of man has visitors in prison, jail. We know this. Serial killers get visits. Murderers get visits in jail. The lawyers come see them. People who are filming documentaries, storylines, news, they give them access if the warden decides to, of the jail or prison. So should these people be any different not to see their children? Maybe I should have put a question mark in the title. Hello, Dazed and Confused. I need your username. Because I don't know where I'm going. Woo! Satan he's reigning supreme right about now. He's just all over the place. He won't let up. Holding these people's minds hostage. Excuse me. And they're letting him. Sad. Well, we already know that they will watch them in a room if they allowed the children, but it doesn't really matter to me if it's supervised or not. It's principle. Why do you think it's appropriate to let somebody who murdered their children see their other children? That makes no logical sense. Whether you think they would say something, whisper, give them a look, doesn't matter. They don't have the right to see kids when they killed their kids. So this is what I'm trying to understand. When was the last time Jacqueline and Trezell West saw their children? When they saw the children, did law officials have ironclad proof that they had murdered their children? Because that's what's going to be jacked up if we go to court, watch the court proceedings, watch the proceedings and find out that while they were visiting their children, law officials knew the other ones were dead. And they didn't tell the state to try to bar them from seeing their kids. So what was the protocol with DHS and the West couple? Because now people are going to wonder, was there an option for them to get their children? That's another question. See, it doesn't stop. It just goes on and on. It's very baffling. Hit the link. I dropped the link, you guys. Hit the link. You want to give your opinion pertaining to, should these people have rights to their children? When did they find out that the children were deceased? Because I want to be careful how I word this in this commentary. When did officials know that the children were dead? And were Jacqueline and Trezell still seeing their children when Ellie had the knowledge that the children were dead? Oh, man, what a mess. Hello, Libby. Thanks for joining me, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Hello, working on me. No rhyme or reason to any of this. It's just, as I said last night in my live, that live went very long. I'm trying not to do very long lives because I don't like you all having to go in the queue and watch the content, and it's so winded. 3 hours is too long, 3-4 hours. So that's why I'd like for you to hit the link that cuts down the time for people to watch the content. The longer you wait to talk, the longer the videos are. But this is a very baffling story, and it's a story that shouldn't be a discussion. These are stories that shouldn't be discussions. There's no way we should be talking about anybody's child, period. Whether they got them, don't got them, place them over here, put them over here. Nobody has a right to be beating up, killing, torturing children, period. That defeats the purpose of the children being in the state's custody. The state took the children. Put them over here, put them over here, put them over here. Then you say, well, I want to adopt the children. You adopt the children. Put your name on a piece of paper. Change everything to only kill them not even 2 years later. Roughly 2 years, let's say. 1 to 2 years. Makes no sense. Kill the kids. You're going to kill the kids you brought into your house. You adopted. It's all the same. Why would you kill them? So now we have to think the worst case scenario besides them being murdered. You were mistreating them how long into when they first got there? Were you mistreating them when you adopted them? How about that question? Yikes. This is bad. And being a child, having to go to court to testify against your own parent, how horrific is that going to be? Witnessing a death, participating in a death, and now have to go into court and sit and testify and look at the vermin over there that spawned you and brought you here and be scared to testify against them. This is wicked. This is wicked. Man. And of course they want to see the children because they know the children are the ones who told. Stay woke. They know the children told it. Hell yeah, they want to still see their kids. Give them that eye, that stare, that wink. Better not say nothing. You know we love you. And I'm telling you, you abuse one, you abuse them all. Because you have the propensity. Don't get it twisted. That there were favorites. Doesn't matter. Sick is sick. And if you can beat one, be mean to one, you can be mean and beat them all. Well, I don't know, Tracy. But the DA said, hell no. We don't want them looking at their children, talking to their children, because we need one or two or however many to testify. And we do not want these children tainted before trial. Sad. Oh, Lord have mercy. It's just a thought of knowing how terrible and horrible these children were treated and how they must have felt being in the custody of these people. There's no telling what they saw and what they heard, and probably what other people notice coming and going. People have earshot of things above you, beside you, in apartment complex. So we will see who tells the story when it's time for trial. But it's sickening nonetheless. A child living in fear in his or her own house, whether it's biological children or children adopted, fostered, it's all the same to me. You are my caregiver. You are supposed to be looking after me, caring for me, rearing me, loving me, guiding me, not talking bad about me, pushing me around, hurting me, harming me, torturing me, locking me up. Hello, Margaret. How you doing, sweetie? It's not your job. It's not your job. If you have an opinion, hit the link. Be heard. All right, Marie. Thank you. But that's the sad information. District Attorney obtained protective orders against Jacqueline and Trezell West to forbid them from seeing the children, talking to the children. Because one of the children is an eyewitness, one or more is an eyewitness, and may testify in the upcoming trial against the parents, and they do not want any issues of intimidation by the said biological parents toward the remaining children. KGET is my source. I have the video posted to my community board, and also I read content from a KGET article if you need verification for a source. It's a very baffling story. It's one thing that you can't find out where the children are. They're not telling us where the children are. They've pled not guilty. But then you get information that the children possibly were involved. Excuse me. So now you're trying to wrap your head around grown-ups inducing children to murder other children. And now this news weeks later of protective orders against the remaining children, so they don't have access to them, to intimidate those children, as so they, intimidate them not to testify in court. This is wicked. Oh, man. This is wicked. I don't think a lot of people really grapple how serious this is. This is wicked. Will they film inside of the court? I do not know. I hope that they do. I hope Court TV will be the first network to have access to the court proceedings. Amen. Please let them have it. Let the truth be known. What was said and done to all of the children. Let the children speak if they're able to speak and tell us what the hell happened with these adoptive parents. Very vile. Very, very vile. I'll play the information. I've got 117 in the room. I'll play the information again for those that's interested in what was said in court. Protective orders. Trezell Jacqueline West, sir, with criminal protective orders. Thank you, Marge. Thank you so much, sweetheart.
Development today in the murder case against the adoptive parents accused of killing Orrin and Orson West. Trezell and Jacqueline West remain in jail, but prosecutors have obtained a criminal protective order regarding visits with the West's other children. The West attorney said in court this morning that prosecutors are concerned the West will try to influence or intimidate the children about this criminal case. Such a motion suggests at least one of the children may have witnessed a crime or has some knowledge of what happened to Orrin and Orson West.
KGET is the source. We need verification. It's posted to my community board. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much, sweetheart. God bless you. The children are in foster care, Tracy. What are you saying? That's where they are. Obviously, the state didn't trust their relatives to take them in. And I'm assuming they have talked to real therapists. What other kind of therapists would they be talking to? Well, Marie, when you adopt children, you have the right to change their names. Children names are changed all the time. The only reason why you all are complaining about the names change is because the children were missing, and now you have information that they're dead. But by law, when you adopt a child, they don't keep the same name. The last name changes, and if indeed the parent wants to change the first, middle name, they have that right. You get a new social security number, all of that. It's the law. Tracy, I don't understand what you're saying. Maybe that's why you should hit the link. Explain yourself. I don't understand. 1 minute you say the system, then you say the same house. I don't understand what you're saying. The children are in foster care. They've been in foster care since day one. So I don't understand what you're saying. Where else would they be? They're not going to let the children stay with the relatives. Why not? Why would you want the children placed together? We don't know which, or are you referring to what the act that was done? What are you saying? Why don't you hit the link? Hit the link. You can explain yourself thoroughly. I don't want to do this back and forth trying to understand your point you're trying to make. Hit the link and explain what you're trying to say. I don't understand your point. It's not going to really matter who's together. If you're trying to say that 1, 2, 3 are a danger to what? To themselves, to others, what? What are you trying to say? It's not going to matter where you put them, if they're together or not. If you're trying to make the point that the children are dangerous, they're going to be dangerous no matter where you put them. With each other, without each other. Especially if one's killed another kid. It's a jacked up situation. Hey, Sean J., how you doing? Trying to understand your point. It's messed up. Hit the link. You all, somebody out there has something they want to say. You all like to chat a lot. I don't understand what's the problem. You want me to sit here and decipher text messages when you can just explain yourself? I don't know what else to say. I don't think it's going to matter where they go. They're a hindrance regardless. They're tainted. You're tainted if you participated. You're tainted if you're one that was mistreated. You're tainted if you participated in the deaths of the West Boys. It's no way around it. The situation is jacked up. It's just jacked up. All the way jacked up. You can't put no logic behind none of this. They're very sick people. And the audacity to want to see your other children. Trying to call one of my mods. She's probably busy. Y'all awfully quiet out there. Well, That's the said information coming out of California pertaining to the children. As far as I know, the remaining children are in foster care. And I think for obvious reasons, they're going to stay in there and not be given to any relatives. And the parents will not be able to talk to their children, remaining 4 children. And I think that is for the best. We'll wait to see when they decide to choose a venue for the trial and a date for the trial, and then go from there. They've already told Tracy. Tracy, you obviously don't listen. Why do you think the case was turned over to Bakersfield, California? They have a time date between the 1st and the 30th. They have an indictment already. The information is in the indictment. Have you not been following the story? Wow. Hello, Lisa. How are you, dear? You're welcome, Marie. I'm coming to see that it doesn't matter if you give a source. It doesn't matter if you talk, play audio. Nobody pays attention to the information. I noticed that in my last live yesterday. Last one I did, the comments on the channel made no sense when everything was laid out meticulously in the video. And yet, there's confusion. I don't understand. You're belittling yourself. You're not making any sense. You're like a lot of people. You don't listen to stuff. You don't listen. You're steady texting in a chat. I go through this every live with you all. Why should I have to explain something basic? They have an affidavit. They have the district attorney came out with the affidavit. It was specific in the affidavit what they have against Jacqueline and Trezell West. So I don't understand your point about the children being separated and all of that, and the truth may come out. They put it in the affidavit. I don't understand what you're saying. You're making it difficult when it doesn't have to be difficult. The district attorney told everybody in the meeting she had a press conference. She told us what they have come across, the information that has been revealed to them, how long it's been since they got the information. It's in the indictment. So I don't understand when you say you hope the children are not together. I'm trying to understand, what are you saying? What difference is it going to make if they're together, if they're separate? If you're trying to say that they're a hindrance, they're dangerous to other children, it's not going to matter. If one's murdered another child, it's not going to matter if they're in a facility. It's not going to matter if they're in a group home with other children. It's not going to matter if they're in the same foster care with their own brothers. They're tainted. If they participated, saw the abuse, were a part of the abuse. You can't get mad because somebody's asking you about what you're trying to say. It doesn't make any sense. Turn down the background, please.
Oh, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I missed your live from last night. I was wondering what your source was to know that the father knew that the children were dead in September.
Did you watch the video, Janet?
No, I haven't had time. I've been so slammed with work lately. So I'm sorry. I just thought I would come up and ask you.
Who do you think told him?
It sounds like maybe the DA.
It's a good answer. That's a good guess. I brought you commentary months ago that they asked for a DNA sample from Mr. Pettis.
Right. Okay, so that's when he figured the children were dead and they were checking the DNA against his. Okay, gotcha. All right. And as far as the West go, I mean, what animals do that? And no, they shouldn't be around any children at all. And I can't wait for the court case to find out the details. I mean, I'm hoping it's not as bad as it is, but it sure sounds like it's going to be.
It sounds like it's going to be what?
It's going to be horrible. It's going to be horrific.
Well, yeah. You asked a child to kill another child.
Yeah, but did they ask him, or was it an accident? Maybe the kids were playing off in another room. They didn't see what happened, you know.
Hello, Deborah. How are you? Thank you so much. Hello, Lisa. How are you? Well, I see where this is going. I want to thank you all for following the content. That is the set information. If you need to verify any source, you can please go to my community board, and the said information is posted there by KGET about the DA seeking a protective order against the West family. Thank you so very much for that. I will probably I'm at a loss of words right now. I don't understand how nobody listens to anything that's being said. This is very baffling to me. Didn't read the indictment, I guess. Well, that's my thing. Everything I bring is self-explanatory. I don't know how else to explain it to anybody. That's the purpose of me always bringing a source. So if you're following the content, everything is basically self-explanatory. I don't understand it. And I don't think in my lives I should have to keep repeating the same thing over and over. Because there's actually people in the chat and people who watch and listen at home. They're actually following the content. They follow the news stories, so they know what I'm talking about during my lives. I don't have to just keep continuously repeating the same thing over and over. It makes no sense. Everybody knows that I have having trouble with my voice, so why should I have to keep repeating the same thing over and over? I don't know how to make anybody understand what I'm saying. I don't know how to make you understand. I don't think I should have to, quite frankly. That was the purpose of playing the audio, so you could hear what the state has proposed. So I don't know how to make anybody understand that. That's why it's best to listen sometimes before hitting the panel. You know, I've seen that too. Jump on the panel, then ask me what I'm talking about. Yet I have a title on the video. I mean, what's the point? You're taking up space that somebody else could come up that knows about the story, that wants to give their opinion. Let us hear what they have to say. I don't get it. And I'm really, you know what, quite frankly, I'm sick of it. Because I have better things I could be doing with my time. It's a beautiful day here in East Tennessee, and I'm sitting here playing school teacher with grown people about basic English. I don't have time for this. Damn. I didn't get an attitude because you're asking somebody about the question they're asking because you don't understand what they're saying. Why am I going to try to answer something if I don't understand the meaning of the question? How can I answer it if I don't know what you're saying? Well, Anna, guess what? I don't know what to say. I'm just going to Just keep it real. Almost an hour in. And the title is on the video. And I brought 2 sources of information. Yet I'm having to explain myself in a video. I don't understand. I can't keep doing this. I'm not going to do this anymore. Well, hopefully the sun will come out, Deborah. Maybe it was an accident. Damn. The state brought the indictment and told you what they found. And this woman gonna say it was an accident. Okay. Wow. That just shows me that people don't listen to anything. They don't listen. Yes, McCara, I know you don't kill 2 kids by accident. That's the purpose of the indictment. It's that the district attorney did their investigative work. The detectives did the work. They took the information to the DA, and the DA decided to bring forth an indictment on the information from the detectives. I don't know how nobody can understand how that works. Damn. I'm coming to realize that this is not for the queen. This is not for me. There are other things I could be doing with my time that would be more, I think, productive than doing this. Yes, Kentucky, yes. Indeed. Thank you, Deborah. I think I'm gonna say this, and I don't really give a damn who gets offended. If you cannot follow the script of a story, stop tuning in. Don't watch anything. Don't watch anything. Don't comment on a person's post, their videos. Don't go in their chat. Just don't. Because I don't think a person should have to endlessly explain shit that was released 3 weeks ago. That makes no logical sense to me. Hello, Jackie. Thank you, VZ. Well, it's nothing to get offended by, see. See, what I learned about people who get offended, those are people who don't pay attention. Because there's other people who in the chat who speak, don't speak. They don't have any problems understanding what I'm saying. That's the purpose of the audio. The audio is telling you the story. I don't have to say anything, really. The audio is speaking for itself. The news reporter is speaking what the DA is saying. So I'm trying to understand what is the confusion. Because I'm really sick of this. This is every live. And it can't continue like this. Because it's wasting my time. Because I have people who are loyal. They get it. They follow. They don't need instructions. They don't need me to hold their hands. They don't need me to explain anything to them. They can read and comprehend. Whether I ever discuss the subject or not, they know how to comprehend. And if you're following the story, you already know what's going on with the district attorney. They're going to trial. I don't understand what I need to say to help the district attorney out. She's already told you everything. I'm just letting you know the latest updates. I don't know else how to explain it, because I think everything was self-explanatory. So, I mean, I'm just going to be truthful. I think if you're the type of person you can't comprehend things, you should find something else to do. You know, take up knitting or crocheting or something that doesn't require you to think. I'm going to say that. Shit, fuck it. Don't think. Just wake up. You know what I mean? And I know there's people who will tell me that. You know, Angela, I'm not a thinker. I don't try to process stuff. That is their prerogative. So they can't, you know, digest stuff that has a lot of information in it. That's why you don't hit the link if you haven't followed the story. I don't go in other people's chats and hit their links. If I don't know what they're talking about, I haven't followed the story. I just don't go in chats and jump on the panel and then say, well, hey, what are you talking about? You know, I watched a guy do that the other day. He was up on my channel talking crazy and stuff a few weeks ago when we were talking about, you know, women issues and stuff. And he was right up on somebody's panel and said, and the person asked, well, hey, how you doing? And he was like, oh, I decided to jump on. I don't really know anything about what y'all talking about. Huh? So naturally, I believe the subject was Summer Wells. So you're going to jump on somebody's panel, but you ain't followed the story. So you're going to sit up in an empty box, fill a box rather, that somebody else could fill, who might have something valuable to say. You're taking up space that somebody else could jump and hit the link and be talking. So now the host has got to now try to break down 9 months of a story to somebody who just wanted to be seen. And that's what I'm saying with a lot of people. They want to be seen. They go in the chat asking 50,000 questions on shit we done talked about 1,000 damn times. You know, give me a break. Then hit the link. Oh, like, you know, like you're getting an Oscar. Oh, I can't believe it. I won. Fuck. Not me. Oh, no. Thank you. I want to thank my mom, my dad, my kids. Thank you so much for choosing me. Man, it's exhausting. People don't get that. Do you know how long it took me to find information to bring you tonight for this video? Almost an hour searching, Google searches, the YouTube search engine, just to bring you commentary, because I wasn't getting ready to piggyback off another YouTuber's information, because I don't like doing that. I want to see it for myself that the state issued protective orders, not gossip or he said, she said from Pookie Ray Ray's channel. I want to see it. That way, when one of you get in here, like this bullshit that just happened here, asking me, well, where did he find out from? Well, if you follow my content and watch my videos, you'll know where he heard about the DNA testing. But you ain't listening. You ain't watching me because you're busy. So now I got to try to explain to you something I didn't talk about for 3 hours last night. Why should I have to? Just saying. And see, one person could get offended and say, well, damn, you questioning me about my content? I think it's self-evident where he got the information from about the damn DNA. The district attorney and the police. But you ain't watching. You ain't following the content. So now somebody got to explain something to you that's fucking 5 months old, 3 weeks old. Now I don't think I should have to do that. But I'm just going to keep it real. Because I got people in the chat that follow the script. You all, a lot of you follow the stuff I talk about. You following Summer Wells, you following Cal City. I ain't got to tell some of you nothing. Y'all got the information before I get it. Thank you, Aura. Yeah, people don't understand, and it's not being rude. It's just saying, there's people out here I'd like to hear from. They have a voice. I want them to have a voice. I want them to give their opinion. But you're taking up my time if I have to explain stuff that's already been explained, and then you act like you're questioning me. Well, where'd he get it from? Where'd he get the information? And then you're going to throw out some bullshit, bogus-ass comment. It could have been an accident. How could it have been an accident? And the woman that laid it out in the damn indictment, the information, they've had a whole year to investigate the case. Whatever she got, she's standing on what she has. Who am I to question what the district attorney has? I'm not questioning her. I'm not questioning any evidence that the district attorney has. I haven't even heard the evidence to question it. So why are you coming in here questioning me about the baby daddy? Hell, go call him and ask him where he heard about the dead kids. Don't question me. People don't understand sitting up here doing this. This shit is exhausting. It's bad enough I'm talking about 2 babies gone, talking about their stupid ass adoptive parents, talking about their stupid ass bio parents. Then I got motherfuckers coming in here questioning me about something that's going on in California that's months old. I don't have that kind of time. Don't question me about nothing. You got a question? Call the district attorney's office in fucking Bakersfield. Go to Facebook and go look up the fucking baby daddy. Maybe he can tell you where the fuck he's been all this time while the kids were going from house to house and living with the West and being mistreated. Go find his black ass and question him. Hey, baby daddy, where you been all this motherfucking time? You want to question somebody? Yeah, I'm crunk right now. Don't ever question me. I break my neck to get up here and bring you information because some of you work, you got different hours. So what are you questioning me for? And I give you a source of where it's coming from. Oh, well, I don't know. I'm just wondering if that's true or not. Well, well, what you want me to do? Well, call KGT then. Tell them, hey, I don't believe that information you just posted. I got a problem with that. Damn. Shit. You people wake up questioning stuff all the time. And that's the thing about life. Everything's a version. We don't know what's the truth. We don't know. We weren't there. I wasn't in Bakersfield when they killed their kids. I wasn't in Cal City when they pretended that their kids were missing. The fuck do I know what the fuck they're doing in California? But don't ever come in my chat or my panel questioning me about nothing. Because to me, that's disrespectful. You got a problem with the content, you go call the fucking news. And you question what they put out. I'm just a messenger of the news. You're making my job up here harder than it has to be. I don't know, is that true or not? And what happened? It must have been an accident. Maybe it's an accident. Well, If it's an accident, why Jacqueline and Trezell arrested for second-degree murder? It's an accident. So busy want to come up here and use big-ass words and terminologies. Nobody gives a fuck. Yes, Anna, they don't care. Just want to get up here and talk endlessly with these big-ass words and shit. Man, I don't care nothing about all that stuff. Synonyms, antonyms. Do you have a point? Get to it. Now you want to question what the district attorney got. Well, I tell you what, since it was a fucking accident, that the boys are dead, go take your fucking checking account and go bail Jacqueline and Trezell out. Go bail them out. I'll wait. Come back and holler at me when they're free. It ain't about that, River Queen. It's just that every day is something with these people. I'm tired. I have better things to do with my time. This is wasting my time up here. If you can't comprehend the information I bring you, don't harass me about what you can't comprehend. That's not Angela's problem. It's not my problem. And you're taking up my time that I could be engaging with other people in the chat that have something to say. Somebody that want to hit the link and say, hey, Angie, this is my opinion about this. They're not questioning every fucking thing I've repeated from the news. You got a problem, call their lawyers, call the district attorney, but don't worry me. I get sick of this shit. It's every live, it's the same bullshit over and over and over. Man, I'm exhausted. Man, give me a break. You people just wake up on 20, go in the chat, you go looking for shit to complain about, moan about. Oh, you don't leave the comments up. This is why. This is why. Crying and moaning about what the fuck the news said. Okay. Call ABC 23. Call News Nation. Call NBC. Why you worry me? Fucking crazy ass. Just, I ain't never seen nothing like it. Let me tell you what's getting ready to happen. When they have the court trial, I already know what it's going to be like. Well, I think they've got the wrong people on trial. I think they've got the wrong people. I just don't know. I think they've got the wrong people. They've got doppelgangers standing in for them. That is not Jacqueline and Trezell West. They've got the wrong people. I'm waiting on that. I tell you what, don't come nowhere near my channel. Do not. Because I ain't going to engage in no foolishness when it's time for the trial to start. Don't come asking me nothing about nothing. I don't have nothing to say. Sad to me. Sad. The story itself is pathetic. Who wants to be sitting up here talking about babies beat up? And yet you got psychopaths questioning stuff. Are you questioning me? I wasn't there. Hell, I didn't kill the kids. Damn. Don't ever come back to my channel. And you both know who I'm talking to. Don't ever come back. You can't show me no fucking respect. Don't come back. Because by now you should have common sense enough to know the district attorney, they did their homework and investigated this crime to bring forth the indictment against Jacqueline and Trezell West. And nobody should have to explain to your grown ass her job as a district attorney. You're entitled to your opinion, but don't you ever come in this fucking chat or panel questioning me. Because I'm just bringing you what the news is saying. But the district attorney has spoken, and she has an indictment, 2 indictments against these people. So obviously she has information that they hurt the kids. You don't come up in here and talk about a motherfucking accident. Maybe somebody should beat you up. Maybe somebody should go pull you in a room and let some people beat you up, and let's see how that ends up. And they go back and tell people it was an accident. And see how that turns out in the court of law. Do you need to be a victim to understand that it was done on purpose? And the fact I gotta sit here and explain to a grown-ass motherfucking retard that they made their kids beat these kids up. You're just stupid. Thank you, Doris. Thank you, Brittany. Never thought I'd consider and explain. To a grown-up that some kids beat some other kids up. Fucking idiot. Don't you ever come back to my channel. Excuse me. It was an accident. Okay. Wow. I live to be 51 years old. 51. You had the nerve to come up on my panel with that bullshit. You're a disgrace. Hit the link if you have something you want to say while I'm checking out of here. I'm pissed off. And I shouldn't have let that bother me. But you don't disrespect me. Because basically, besides you disrespecting me, you disrespected those babies. And you disrespected the district attorney's office. That they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And you disrespected the detectives who worked hard. to get that information out. See, this was, let me say this to you. I'm going to say this to you, Janet. I'm going to say this to you directly. You're the motherfucker I'm concerned about, because all we need is one dusty motherfucker like you on the fucking jury that'll get their asses off.
Hello? Oh. Are you okay? You have put so much heart and soul into this case. And you don't need to explain yourself over and over. You are such an intelligent woman. And I have watched you for 2 years. Over 2. You don't need to explain yourself to people that don't pay attention. And I don't want to see it. You pushed yourself to this point because of ignorance.
But see, the thing that people don't understand is, it's somebody like her that will be on the jury. Stay woke now.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
If you will sit here and question the content, which is from the news, not Angela, the news, have nothing to do with what is going on in Kern County. That's the news's version from the district attorney. If you're willing to sit up on a panel and not follow the content pertaining to the story and question the bio father doing the DNA, you are what would make those two walk. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
Yes, I do.
Because all you need is one Janet on the jury panel that would say, oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about what the child said or Pookie said or Ray Ray said. Or do you see where I'm going?
Yes, I do.
All you need is one to hang the jury. And Janet is the one.
Yes. I watched you last night. And I was crying. You are such a classy, level-headed, intelligent woman. And you think.
I just can't understand somebody questioning me.
I know.
About something that these people are doing in California has nothing to do with me. Are you going to question, basically saying like, well, how you know he doing the DNA and who went to him? Are you serious? You're seriously asking that question? Who do you think asked him for the DNA?
Yeah.
I mean, think about that question for a second. You think about it seriously. Think about that question. And think about the answer you would give.
Yeah.
How in God's name could you fix your face to ask such a stupid question? So you think what these people have been doing for a year, what do you think they've been doing out there in California?
I don't know.
No, but I'm saying to this person, what does she think that they've been doing for a year? You just think they've been doing what exactly? They've just been what? I mean, I'm serious. They've been
working. I was quite impressed with that district attorney.
She seems adamant about whatever she has. So my thing is, who am I to question her?
Exactly.
And you don't have no business coming up here questioning what has been done out there.
I agree, Miss Angela.
Hey, how
I
you
Hi,
agree.
John.
Hello,
I
Miss
just felt
Angela.
like this
How are
stuff that
you?
was so wrong to question me. Well, how do you know that? Who went to him about the deal? First, I thought it was a prank because I was like, now this person's been on the panel before. Now, why are they asking me this crazy question? What you mean? Why they? Who went to him? Really?
You're right. You're right. Wrong question, wrong person. You know, you pointed that question in the right direction. And that question belongs more to Cynthia Zimmer, the DA that's been handling this case and brought this thing with her investigators in front of a grand jury. And no matter how many people were a part of that, okay? No matter how many people were a part of that, they voted to indict.
Exactly.
That says volume. And guess where Jacqueline and Trezell West are
Yes.
today? Miss Angela, I just want to say, you know, your courage, your patience, your persistence, and your perseverance on this case is outstanding.
Well, I thank you. It's draining.
It is.
So it's very draining. But by no means, when all this came out weeks ago, did I ever think this lady didn't know what she was talking about. Do you understand what I'm saying? I never in my mind said, well, she don't know what she's talking about. Because I knew these people were guilty of something. Let's just say this. Well, I wasn't there. I don't know what they did.
I remember.
But in my right mind, I would have never thought other children were involved.
Right.
That's the scary part. That's the scary part. And then I have somebody else in the chat questioning, making up crazy questions about the children. And I'm trying to understand, well, where are you going with this question about? I hope the children are not in the foster care system. Well, that's where they are. Then you go and change it and say, well, I hope they're not in the same house. So my thing is, where are you taking this question? Because I don't understand where you're coming from. Why are you getting mad at me? Because I don't understand your question. Because it's starting not to make sense. So that's why I'm asking. Well, hit the panel and explain to us what you're trying to say. I don't want to read text because I don't know what you're meaning. So are you trying to say that if the children who were in the house and witnessed the abuse, they're what? They're tainted? Yeah, they are. If they participated, they're tainted. If they viewed it, they're tainted. See where I'm going?
Right.
If they didn't do nothing, they're tainted. Were they mistreated? Possibly. They're tainted. It's not gonna matter if they're in the same foster care system. If one's over in this house, one's in this house, they are all evenly yoked. So I'm trying to get this person in the chat to explain to me what is the point you're trying to make about. I hope the children aren't together.
Right, and yet they couldn't explain that to you.
And then you get mad at me because I'm sitting there trying to understand what you're saying. It's like between the chat and this crazy person on the panel, I've gone off because I'm tired. I feel like I shouldn't have to be talking about.
Yeah, I would have told them, Miss Angela, to read the indictment. You know, most people don't like to read, but it's only 6 pages long, you know. And if they are not informed like they shouldn't be questioning you because you've been covering the case, bottom line, hands down, on point, on point, on point. You read the indictment and then you come with your, I guess, opinion or what you think about it, you know, and you've been telling that to people on your channel for as long as I've connected with you, you know, and it just makes sense. You know, if you're not going to understand something or you don't understand something, go to the source first.
That's all you
And
have to do.
then if somebody
That's
is
all you have
coming,
to do.
yeah, that's it.
Just read it. All you have to do is read the indictment. The
That's
indictment
all.
speaks for itself.
You,
If you can't understand the wording, then you go Google the words, and Google will tell you.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? What the words mean.
yeah.
I don't understand how anybody's confused about the indictment.
Your receipts are impeccable because you bring it directly from the source, WJHL,
Well,
KEGE TV, news.
I'm gonna
You've
tell
been
you what.
doing that since day one. And for them to have been a follower of yours, maybe, we don't know, but
Yeah,
maybe,
yeah, she's a follower.
to
The one that
come
came on
in
the panel was
here
a follower.
to
But I tell you
question
what.
you about your information based on the case. And we
Yeah,
all
to
know
ask
that
me
she's
about
following
baby
you.
daddy, where
You know,
who contacted him? I need to know who contacted him. I was like, the district attorney? What?
yeah. I mean,
Are you serious?
really.
It's like you can't be possibly asking me that.
Right. Right. And it's just maybe to mess with you, maybe to throw you off your
It's
square.
okay because you
Maybe,
know what?
you
They
know,
let me know where they were from when they asked me about that, and then said, "Who's to say that it wasn't an accident?" That ticked me off right there. That's all it took. You're with that bullshit, and I'm not participating no longer in the conversation because you are what we're going to be concerned about when they pick 12 members of a jury.
if there's anybody that has been covering the case, and I've been a part of your channel for quite some time. You and I have, spoken about the West case on a couple of occasions. That has your passion, that has your drive, and where you have really did deep dives on this case and brought receipts on every single lie that you've covered this case, like all cases that you cover,
Well, thank you.
receipts. And if they miss that part and they come in the middle of your chat and you're engaging in a conversation like, folks on the panel and whatnot, and
Yeah.
they're not, I guess, they haven't brought themselves to be aware of that fact. It's more on them than you.
Yeah, I know that. But
Yeah.
my thing is, that's why sometimes it's best that if you don't understand what's going on in a chat, you sit and just listen.
Yes.
You don't have
correct.
to hit the panel. You just sit and listen. Well, let me see what they're talking about first. Let me get an understanding, of the information that they're bringing. But to just get up and start, questioning what's going on out there, I'm not the one that you should be questioning
Correct.
because I don't have anything to do with the indictment itself. It is a formal indictment, plural.
Correct.
So I think whatever was said in the indictment, it's null and void.
Right. I want to say hello to Cosmo Love for joining you on the panel, because when I began to see you break down as passionate and as deep
Yeah,
as
it just
you
did
are on
something
this
to me
case,
because
I
it was
said,
like
let me jump up there. I hope
I
you'll
just
let
felt
me
like, you
come
know
up
what? This is
and say hello.
exactly what I don't want to see or hear when they start the trial.
Right.
Because this type of person is what will break the case down.
Yeah, monkey in the wrench.
All it takes is that one person to go in that damn room and do just what she did up here.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
I don't know if that's true what they said, and I don't know if it's true about the evidence. And you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because just like the district attorney, she's adamant about what she has said. And it's a dispute between she and the defense attorneys about her information. They didn't like the way she brought it. Okay, now imagine your 12 members are deliberating, and it's that one that's telling the others. Let's just say you got your 11 saying, yeah, I agree. And that one says, well, now,
When
I don't know about that.
When Cynthia Zimmer came out and informed the public of the indictment, okay, it was a very, very compelling public statement. And when you have a DA that's been working over 14 months, up to 14 months, and now over 14 months on this case,
Yeah.
and have special investigators to bring her direct
Yes.
and then circumstantial evidence at the same time, The two components make a compelling argument.
Right.
That which was brought to the grand jury, they felt the same way. So
Exactly.
hence, there is on her table proof
Yeah.
that a second degree murder charge, along with the other charges, to child cruelty and then falsifying an emergency,
Yeah.
is warranted
Yeah.
for a public indictment for Jacqueline and Trezell West. And it's plain and simple. Now they have to prove their case. And this is where we're going because an indictment goes to trial.
Yeah.
And this is where we're going.
Yes, it is.
You see? So, plain and simple, the defense currently right now is waiting to get, I guess, the case on their
Yeah.
desk.
They're probably going over the
Yeah.
evidence that was given to them.
Right, right. So for them to have came out after 14 months with an indictment, this is good news.
Yes, it is.
To change the course because Jacqueline Trezell didn't say squat
Yeah.
the whole 14 months
Yeah.
that the boys have been missing.
But I am
No.
troubled. But I am troubled because I did bring, of course, a source.
Right.
KGET is my source, and I have some trouble. And I'm going to bring this to you, and each one of you can answer.
Right.
In this information, it says that this is the defense attorney for Jacqueline. My client and her husband have seen the children 2 times a week after the arrest. So she didn't elaborate how long they had been seeing the children. So one could speculate it was up until yesterday. You understand what I'm saying? Because they didn't clarify. Where I have the problem with that is, why in God's name, let's say hypothetical, because I don't have no proof, you would let them still see their children, let's just say up until the arrest. Let's just say, because I don't know.
Okay.
If you knew they never made it to Cal City, and you had evidence, because this is what the district attorney says, 1 week later from the arrest, from the 911 call, I got information that they never made it to Cal City, and I'm assuming she's also meaning the children were deceased. Please tell me that they were still letting the children see them.
They shouldn't.
That?
They shouldn't.
Okay.
I hope not.
Nobody's telling us that. She's
Right.
just now putting in the protective order and it being granted. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
Now, what I'm wondering is, when was the last time Jacqueline and Trezell saw their children?
And it's a good question, but they shouldn't. They shouldn't because, the DA, once they had made the statement that the boys were deceased 3 months prior to the 911 call, that's the big red flag right there. All hands on deck. You don't let any children at all see them until this process is over.
Yeah. But see, where I have the problem is what I just said. What if we find out that they had been seeing the children and the detectives already had gotten information that they were dead?
Yeah, I think the DA is going to tear that up if they have.
Huh? Because this will be even more of a problem with the bio situation that's brewing. Because imagine if that comes out that they've seen the kids up until you arrested them out there in that desert. Ooh, y'all quiet, ain't you? Because that's a lot to digest.
Yeah, it is. It is. I wanted to also allow Ms. Cosmos Love to respond as well.
What do you think about that, Cosmo?
Well, I'm really impressed with how I was disappointed, or not disappointed. I was frustrated, probably like a lot of people, how long it was taking.
Okay.
But when she came out, I was so impressed with her and everything she's done. I'm not a creator like Ange and you, John, but I'm impressed. I wanted to just jump up and let you know that you guys have friends out here. Not everyone's coming and I know how much work you put into what you do, you and John both, and Q and the rest of you creators. And I just want, I was crying and I just jumped up to say, you do have friends here in the chat.
Well, thank you. I don't know. At first, because my better half would say, don't do this, stay calm. But the
You
more I
can
started
do
thinking
it.
about the comment, and I kept telling myself, this is exactly what you don't want come trial. This behavior right here.
You're
All it
absolutely
takes
right.
is the one person to do
Yes.
just what she did. Start picking away
Yes.
at what's been said.
Yes, and I notice I never go on panels, so um, I just wanted you to know that there is people with brains that do listen to you and follow you because you are so intelligent. John is very intelligent. You guys speak
But the
clearly.
information, but see, the thing about it is, even if we don't talk about the subject or jump on the latest development, it's in the queue, it's in the Google search.
It
So you
sure
don't
is.
need us to tell you what they're doing in New York, California. It's already there.
Right.
So
Yes.
to dispute it with me is a waste of my time.
It sure
Then-
is.
It's
then you
already
begin-
out there. What are you arguing with me about?
Right. You begin to think about that particular person in a particular way to say what
Yeah,
were
because
they
it
there
was
doing.
like you,
Yeah.
it's like you're personally attacking me on something that's already been ironclad put in stone.
Right.
This is already old. This is 3 weeks old.
Yes.
So what
yes,
are you
it
arguing
is.
about?
Right.
Yes. Well, you two are great creators. I just wanted to jump up and let
Thank you,
you
Cosmo.
know that you do
Thank you.
have friends
Okay.
out there, and I'd love to see your face, and
Okay.
we are here for you. And if you
Okay,
get
thank
ignorant
you.
statements and people are scared to come up, we just do know that we do love you. And I know
Thank you.
Kinsley, she's extremely
Oh,
intelligent. Oh,
Lord,
there
honey.
she is right there. You
Another
guys are
West
so
Coast.
intelligent.
So let me
And-
say, before you go, you don't think they should see the children?
Correct.
Cosmo.
I don't think they should see
Okay.
the children.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
Okay, you guys have a great day.
All right, Cosmo.
Keep your
Thank you
head
much.
up,
Yes.
man.
For the
Much
support.
love to you.
Bye. Okay.
Bye-bye, you guys.
And
Okay.
thank you.
All right, Kinsley, what your complaint is?
Well,
And don't curse.
okay, I won't curse today. I'm at work, so I can't curse.
Okay.
So, first off, I just want to say that your work is impeccable. I
Thank
know I've told you that before.
Thank you.
You put a lot of heart and soul and time and energy into your channel. And I know not just myself, but probably almost all your channel members feel the
Yeah.
same way.
Thank you.
Yeah, more so than most.
Right.
Yes.
That's okay.
Indeed.
And you have so much heart invested in this. Don't let any
I
of
know.
these ignorant people, don't pay them any mind.
I know.
Because
And you know what's disappointing is that this is somebody that's been up here like numerous times commenting on this case, the Summer Wells case, and then it was just like, who am I talking to?
I
Very, very scary.
I truly believe that this DA has a smoking gun.
Okay. Tell me why.
She was very strategic. She waited 14 months.
It's a long time.
That's a very long time. And I really believe she built a good case.
Yeah.
She didn't rush into anything. If this woman said she had information 1 week later, she waited and piled and piled and piled until she knew with rock solid evidence that she's got a smoking gun. And I mean, that's just my opinion. I could be completely wrong.
Because we don't know exactly, because naturally she's not going to tell us everything. But we're just using our assumption due to the fact she brought the indictment that possibly the children or one child, because that article I brought today specified one. It said one or more was either a witness or induced, with however you want to word it. So, your mind starts wondering even more, like, oh, Lord, no, what are they trying to tell us? But she knew what she's saying.
She was very confident in what she said.
Yes.
She was very confident. Now, when it comes to them seeing the kids, whether they have been seeing them,
Yes, that's what I'm curious about right now. Yes.
Well, I'm not too worried about that personally. I think that, of course, it's been monitored. There's no way these kids were put in a room without.
And we know they were. Listen, we know that they were supervised because I brought
Right.
you the source that says that from KGET. But some can come back that down the road that if you had knowledge that the boys were dead, why in God's name would you let them continuously see the kids? People can't ask that.
No, definitely they can ask that. I think that they were heavily monitored though. And I
Okay,
think
but I'm going to ask you this then. Do you think that was right, though?
absolutely not. No.
Okay.
No way.
John, you think it was right?
No.
Okay.
No.
Tell me why.
Those kids
Monitored, but they know the kids were dead and you still let them see those other kids.
To me, that is, the most ignorant thing that you could ever do. Maybe they had a strategic plan behind it. Maybe
And
what
and
if
at the
Oh,
same
I just thought about something. Could
at the
they have
same
had the
time,
room bugged?
that's what I was
yeah,
just getting. You
that
took the
too.
words right out of my
That
mouth.
too.
What
That
if
too.
they were trying to
Yes.
see
To see how
if
they
they were
would
going to
react with the
entice the
children.
kids?
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yep.
So I think it's a plan. It's all a very strategic plan.
I didn't even think about that till just now. Could it be that they bugged the room?
Trust me, anything is possible. But my gut is telling me that we're on the right track.
You know what? Somebody said to me earlier, that I believe it was you, about Wanda.
Oh yeah, I said yeah.
The comment about her seeing the kids in December.
Right.
Right.
Did you hear that, John?
I heard a little bit about that. Yes, I have.
So now, if you've said that to the police in a written statement, how are you going to explain this new news of the children being deceased?
Right. Going backwards to 3 months. Correct. And when they worked backwards
Lord,
and they came up with 3 months, which
that
takes
was deep
us,
to me. That was
yeah,
scary.
exactly. So if you have 50 witnesses,
That's a lot.
which the DA has,
Mhm.
and you
More
have
than that. It's more than that.
yeah, and you have
Mhm.
corroborating statements, which the DA, I believe, have.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what compels the indictment right there.
Yep, hands down.
Right there. Right there.
So I always wondered about that too. What? And I'm sure the 50 is probably random people. People at the Piggly Wiggly, 7-Eleven, doctors. Just an array assortment.
Right.
People at the apartment complex. But what I'm concerned about is who they are and will they follow through when it's time to testify.
I think so.
Because me talking to the grand jury, I know that's secretive. But
Yeah.
in the trial, that's not secretive.
No, that's going to be open.
It's going to be open, yes.
That's going to be open.
And that's where your problem can come in with people not wanting to be identified with given information being viewed as a snitch or whatever. You understand what I'm saying?
Right, right. They're going to make reference to recorded depositions at that time. DA is going to be making statements regarding specific depositions to prove a second-degree murder charge. Okay, based upon the witnesses that they have questioned over the course of 14 months.
Okay.
Who they've monitored, where they've gone,
Yeah.
who they're associates with, who they sat with, who they questioned, and so forth.
Okay.
For them to have come forward now with this indictment, which I believe is solid.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not questioning none of it.
Yeah.
Like I said, I just like to get in there to see what they have before I can, form an opinion. But at this point, I don't have any questions about what this woman has against the two.
Right. Well, the indictment, as we've read, alludes to a minor.
That's the worst part.
A minor being involved.
Yeah, that's bad.
And that right there triggers a smoking gun. Now,
because in the source I brought you,
right.
Testifying was mentioned. Why she doesn't want them to have access to the children.
Correct. Okay, so we can ponder who that minor may be.
Okay.
Could it be a part of the family makeup, the household itself,
Yeah.
or someone else?
Now, I've heard somebody mention that before.
You see?
That was Court TV. One of the panel guests had said, kind of threw me off when one of them said that. How do we know it's not an outside person who stayed there,
Correct.
visited there?
Correct.
I thought, oh my Lord, please stop.
Correct. But that their deposition as part of this indictment is going to be a very heavy weighted statement that the DA is going to be bringing forth in the trial. And whoever that is, whether they be part of the family household, being the oldest,
Yeah.
that we've all, thought about and
And
pondered
I'm
about.
assuming I got to kind of feel that's probably
And then again, it could be someone else outside of the family household.
And how
the
horrible would
immediate-
that be?
Right. Exactly.
Because what are you going to get? Immunity?
Somebody got something enough to say that they're going to confirm it in a trial.
Okay, let's go to this, because this is the elephant in the room about the bio daddy and the DNA. What in God's name DNA do they have?
Well, if they collected his DNA during the course of the investigation, which they have, they needed to confirm something about something.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. What is the something that they have?
Exactly. So if it pertains,
this is scary trying to figure out what in God's name do they have to compare to his DNA. And I told somebody, could it be carpet from the apartment? Because a lot of apartments have carpet.
Yeah.
And 1, 2, bled out or something.
Right.
It's the imagining, because they got something, and it's just imagining what it is. It's something you shouldn't even have to be thinking about with two kids.
To me, and I'm just going to put it out there, and thank you for inviting me up to speak with you again about this particular case, because I know it's very passionate on your heart as well as mine, and we both covered on both of our channels as much as we could bring awareness to this case. But them bringing up the minor in the indictment may have something related to the DNA connection that they may have found. That they may have.
Explain.
In other words, the minor that was brought up in the indictment could have been part of a DNA testing process for the DA to confirm. And hence we have a minor that's involved in the indictment itself. We don't know who that is, whether
I'm kind of lost.
Okay, so the DA brings up a minor in the indictment.
As that was induced.
That was induced, coerced, threatened, or whatever you want to call it. That was a part of a crime. Okay, so since they make indication of that, there could have been some kind of reference to DNA pertaining to their involvement that they had to collect in order to match it up with the biological father in some way, shape, or form.
Okay.
And hence, it may be, only to say, it may be part of a smoking gun, since a minor was brought up in the indictment to say that we have a witness to and has corroborated to, whether it be second-degree murder, that charge, or the child abuse charge. I'm thinking more of the child abuse charge on the latter sense rather than the former. Right now, up until I hear more evidence to the contrary. And it's hard. It's hard
That's-
only
I
because
can't imagine how.
yeah, exactly. Only because now they bring up a minor
Yeah,
that was involved in this process. Now
yeah.
that has our head spinning.
That's because you can't even make yourself understand what they're trying to imply.
Correct. 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 And that's what we're, bumping our heads trying to
Because
figure out
nobody's thinking
right
about
now.
the long haul pertaining to what the children witnessed while living with them, which child or children were involved in this crime, and what that has done and how it will affect their growth. That's
It's
very dangerous.
it's damaging.
It's very damaging because
The
you now
whole
have to
damn
pray
thing is
they
damaging.
get help so they don't end up becoming a statistic as an adult.
Right.
This is bad.
So for the DA to abstain from having any children visitation privileges or anything like that only
Yeah.
makes sense. Only makes sense. Not until this process has been completed do we do anything. Due process is on the table, for Jacqueline and Trezell. They pled not guilty to all of the charges.
And I was going to mention that.
Yeah.
What do you think about the plea? Their plea.
Well, I mean, they're going to they're going to stick to their original story,
Which is what?
Which is what they told us.
Because I don't
Trezell,
think they thought whatever happened in that room, whatever,
right?
that it would ever play out.
No, indeed not. No, they didn't think this
They
was
did not
going
think
to go
that.
this far. No.
Yeah, I did.
Yep.
So imagine you had to know that they found whatever, the detectives, and yet you still would go before the court and plead not guilty. That's brazen.
Now, well, think of it. For Jacqueline Trezell, there were 2 major search warrants
Yeah.
on the California City
Yeah,
property.
yeah.
Okay. There were also 2 major search warrants at Wanda's house
Yeah.
shortly thereafter. Okay, whatever they collected, whether it be part of the seating that came out of the van at Wanda's house, which the seat was
Yeah, I've heard
located
some
in the
people mention
backyard.
about the seat.
Okay. And then number 2, any of the bedding, any of the children's clothes,
Yeah.
any of the DNA found on
But
toothbrushes,
wouldn't you
things of
throw
that
that
nature.
out? A sensible person would throw that stuff out.
Yeah. Yeah. And so when you have 2 major search warrants, even though Jacqueline and Trezell didn't feel that they needed a search warrant to search.
Oh, and you remember they said that. Remember that?
Yeah.
Oh, you could ask us. You didn't have to go get, because remember he said that. You didn't have to go get a search warrant. We would gladly let you in.
Yeah, let them search.
Interesting.
Exactly.
Mhm.
So when you can put those 2 chemistries together, one is in California City, the other is in Bakersfield.
Right.
Back there at Potomac Avenue, you begin to, as they did, piece together the difference between the 2. When they traveled to the new home, okay, in September, till the time they got to December, you had to follow that course because the case eventually came back to Bakersfield. And then everyone began to wonder, why the hell did they go back to Bakersfield?
Yeah.
You see,
You know what's so scary? It's just hearing the 1 week. I think that probably bothered a lot of people because of how much time has elapsed. And in your mind, you're trying to figure out, well, what exactly did you learn in the 1 week? What exactly did they learn? I want to ask you, what do you think they learned in the 1 week?
Well, I'm going to say hello to Deborah Lyons and welcome her to the panel.
Deborah.
And,
hello, Queen. How are you?
Not
John
good.
Q. Love your voice. You should be a singer.
Who should be a singer?
I said, John Q. Love your
John
voice.
Q.
You
You,
should
Miss
be a
Angela.
singer.
You know.
you have a wonderful voice. So I just want to get up here and say from the beginning, this story made absolutely no sense. 2 children go missing at the same time, whether you think they're kidnapped or whether you think they wandered off Wrong,
Yeah.
wrong, wrong.
Yeah.
I would like to share a story with you. My child came up missing at 5. I went ballistic. I was not in the house. I was out there. I was looking under trees, under rocks,
And
in
how old was
garages.
your
I
child?
didn't
Tell us the
care.
year and tell us the circumstances and everything, sweetheart.
Well, he was outside playing and he wanted to go to a friend's house, and I told him no, he had to stay home because we were getting ready to do dinner. You're
Oh,
gorgeous.
he never chose
And
himself.
he's very handsome too.
Okay.
Um, so 10 minutes later, I'm like, hey, where's I'm gonna call him T because I don't want to put his name out
Now
there.
how old was your baby?
He was 5 at the time.
Oh, he was a little boy.
So yeah, I freaked. I'm like, where is T? He's nowhere to be seen, and he was told stay here in the yard. I live in the city, and we didn't think anything. I mean, this is the early '90s,
Yeah.
about letting kids play
Yeah.
outside by
Well, I played
themselves.
outside. I grew up in the city. That's why sometimes my mind just goes back to growing up in the inner city. It's like if I
Hmm.
jog my memory back to be running up a whole block to go to the grocery store, the record store, we were ripe for kidnappings.
Oh, we
But
were
that's what
too.
kids
We
did.
would.
But that's what kids, I'm sure, did everywhere in the city, the country. You rode your bikes, you walked up the block.
Oh yeah, we did. We went to the zoo that was 7 blocks away. We
Oh my.
did all kinds of stuff. But when my child came up missing, I looked for about 10 minutes and I freaked. Cops were called. I had every cop in our city looking for him. When they said, we're looking, I'm like, so am I. I had my family out. Everybody was greeting the neighborhood. Thank God he was found. It was the worst 6 hours of my
Where
life.
was he?
He hid himself in my van and went to sleep.
Oh, and they say that it's with children. They get in the smallest places,
He
mundane
pulled, he
places.
pulled, like, how the seats lay back so you
Yeah,
can use it? Yeah.
yeah.
Well, he
You pull
pulled
it
that
down.
seat back
Oh,
and he
God.
crawled underneath of there, went to sleep, and his clothes blended in with the carpeting in the van because the cops looked in the
Wow.
van too. The
That is
cops,
crazy.
yeah, there is no way I would get on TV and say, they're rambunctious and oh my goodness, we don't know where they were. I was throwing
But
wood and
don't you find that interesting when you look back in hindsight, the things that people said, you realize, oh, it was there all along.
exactly. I've
Yeah.
been waiting for this day from the moment I saw that first interview with them in the news.
But it was bold. But you know what? They are not the first to do that. That's what the
No, they're
detectives
not.
do is to come before the news and say, my sister's missing, my mom, my child's missing. And you see, they only did it one time.
Yes, I agree.
Exactly. Now, if that was my child and my kid is missing, oh my God, help me
I
find
think they knew they
them.
could. I think they knew they couldn't do that again. The what I call the upkeep.
Yeah,
They
I
knew they
get
couldn't.
what you're saying,
Yeah, they couldn't do it again.
but I never believed for a moment there was an
Really?
accident. I've never believed they were kidnapped, and I never believed these 2 little boys walked off on their own.
Well, I can
And
tell
at
you,
least
this old
one
black
didn't
folk,
find his way
they
back.
don't want one little black baby. They don't want two.
Right,
Exact. Well,
right.
first of all,
Just
I
saying.
wouldn't
Get out
want
in the yard
another.
without them kicking, screaming.
Exactly, exactly. And 2 kids going off missing at the same time, and
Somebody's
one
gonna
didn't
fight back.
straggle his way
Somebody's
back.
gonna holler. If it was
Exactly.
one, it would be one hollering. No, stop! Get your hands off of me. Something.
Brother's gone. Brother's gone. You know what I'm saying? I can see something like that happening if the kids were being
But
stalked
I
by
knew
some
something was
crazy
odd.
maniac. But
Besides the
I didn't.
interview, you didn't ever. Did you notice they never said we have tire marks, footprints, drag
Exactly.
marks? That's the
Nothing.
first thing you'll hear if it's an abduction.
Right, right.
Exactly.
And yet
See,
we
and,
didn't
and when
hear,
my child went missing, I
and yet
never
we
thought for
didn't
a
hear
minute
that.
he was
No, we
kidnapped.
didn't hear that, John. We didn't,
Yeah,
and that's why I
we
knew something
didn't
was
hear that.
wrong because that's the first thing you would hear is that we have tire tracks, we've done a mow, blah blah blah, bicycle, something. You never heard
Right.
that there was ever an automobile.
Now,
Exactly.
direct evidence for the DA, very specific, as per not necessarily the 21st, But when you go back to the 19th on
Mhm.
that video surveillance footage,
Oh yeah,
that's
that
going
that
to
part,
be
I think
Oh,
part
I do
of
believe that's
direct
part of the
evidence.
evidence as well.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
Yeah.
think
I
that
think that's
is
part of that. I think it's the children and that video when it went viral,
Exactly.
when it got uploaded to
Exactly.
YouTube.
So when you can narrow in on what happened on the 19th, according
Yeah,
to the video surveillance
yeah,
footage that they analyzed, okay, through the AV watchman who took that shot. Thank you.
yeah.
Um, it allows the DA now to begin to
A
question, well,
timeline
if you
too.
had
It's a
four
timeline
children,
as well.
exactly,
Mhm.
if you had four children that day, where were the boys?
And see, this is what sealed it up.
The
That
19th says a
video,
lot.
the video, what your children told. You understand what I'm saying? That video, what your children told, and what your mama and her mama told. Because remember the lie spun. I only had these two with us. The other
Yes.
ones went to my mama's house. They
Yeah.
didn't. They didn't wrap all that up nice and neat.
Yeah, and
see, and
what they tried to do was separate them as, the narrative went.
Yeah, of course.
You know, these four went to grandma's house
Yeah,
visiting for the holidays, and we kept the two
yeah.
youngest
Do you
boys.
think he told his mother in advance to say she kept or Jacqueline's? Because to this day we don't know which grandmother it is.
Right, there you go. Now,
We always this is true. Everybody
everybody
pondered on
assumed it was Wanda.
Wanda, but we don't know for sure that it was Wanda who he's insinuating.
exactly. They could have told Wanda if the boys went to her, the four boys, that is, on the 19th,
Mhm.
visiting for the Christmas holidays, where the other two boys, they could have said, oh, over at Jacqueline's mom's house.
Yes. Well,
You
let me
see?
ask you: Do you think he talked to either grandmother ahead of time before doing the interview
You
of
know,
what to say about the children, keeping the children?
me, if I'm looking at Trezell, I think that's something that he would have said to Wanda more so than Jacqueline's mom.
Really? Why you say that? Because we didn't hear
Uh,
much about her mother.
correct. And neither did she make a statement after the fact to corroborate anything that they have
They
said.
played it low key. You have to admit this is the most strange story of
Yeah.
people falling off after the fact. Because most
When
people, when they're guilty, they'll talk for a little while, give about a month to two is probably the most. But when they start sensing that they're on to them, they'll stop talking.
Mhm.
They'll stop talking.
Yeah. And when you don't have any kind of corroboration going on, that's where your red flag pops up. You tell us one thing, but yet we can't fact find it on the
Right.
other side. You see, just like what you do on your channel, Angela. You can bring content as what you have on your channel,
Mm-hmm.
and your red flag is that up until you can vet or corroborate
Mm-hmm.
a particular statement or
Mm-hmm.
testimony or something like that,
Yeah,
it's hearsay. It's hearsay.
it is.
You see, and what most people miss is, when you try to fact find something, especially in this case, it
Mm-hmm.
has to be vetted. It has to be
Yeah.
corroborated. And this is where, you draw the line, I draw the line to say if it's not verified or corroborated in any way, shape, or form,
But it's strange
it's
though.
it's just an opinion.
Mm. But
It's
where
just
is everybody? Because most cases, when there's people missing, it doesn't matter if it's a grown up or a child, you'll get somebody that will come out and speak, such as your friend, a neighbor, or relative. Don't you find it strange that not one relative or friend ever spoke up on behalf of these people just to say, this is a tragedy and oh, I'm stunned that their children are missing? You have to admit that's very odd.
You make a good point, and I'll defer to you, Deborah. Go ahead.
I think
Why you cheating?
I think you're perfectly right. Like
It's just odd, especially dealing with children. That's very strange.
Very odd, because I have 4 of my own, and I'm going to be honest. I've had to deal with protective services here, not because of something I did. My husband did, and just to make that story real short, he had a predisposition for children. I'll leave it at that. But he did go to court, went to prison, lost rights to all his kids. Any subsequent kids after mine, he has, because here in Michigan, and I love my lawyer for this, and because I had to fight my way through it to keep my kids in my home. Now, I'm going to say this. Protective services don't just jump in, get your name and say, oh, we want your kids. We're going to put them up for adoption. Because when I was dealing with protective services here in Michigan, I had one advocate lady that would come and see me and my children, checking on the children, checking on me, making sure I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
Can you elaborate to us why these people were in your life? Or you can't?
Okay, because once the allegation came out through school, 2 children were involved. My child, one of my sister's child.
What was the allegation?
Child abuse, sexual.
So somebody was allegedly being sexually abused?
My son and a niece, yes, and it was corroborated.
So the children told that somebody was touching them?
When in the beginning of the school year, they have like an open door. Everybody gets up and introduces themselves. I'm the school counselor. That's how it got disclosed. My niece was at school. She was, I think, in 3rd grade. There were 6 and 8 at the time, 6 and 7. But it was the beginning of the school year, and I will never forget that day. I know this man's face. I remember his name. I will never forget the way he acted. I had every cop at my house that day because I was going to shoot that MFer.
So what are you trying to tell me? Who was the accuser, ma'am?
The accuser was the children.
No, I mean accuser. I mean, who was the suspect? I'm sorry.
Was my husband at that time.
So your husband was abusing your children?
Yes.
Wow. How long were you with him, Deborah?
Huh?
How long were you with him?
I was with him for 8 years.
You didn't see any signs that he was molesting your child?
I had no clue. In fact, on one occasion, me and the child he was abusing, we were sitting there because he was a truck driver. He'd be gone most of the time. And there was a special on HBO about this particular subject. Okay. And after we watched that show, I looked at him and I said, son, you can tell me anything. My job on earth is to protect my children. You can tell me anything. And I looked him square in the face. I said, do you have anything you need to tell me? And he smiled like he normally did and said, no, mommy, everything's great.
Okay.
And it wasn't, so that was like in the springtime. So I would say like maybe within the next 4 months, beginning of the school year, I was at my sister's at the child's house, the other child he was molesting. I was at my sister's house trying to find Votex school so he could come off the road.
Well, how did he get access to the other child?
Because on the weekends, I would go to school and pick up the niece and bring her to my house.
So where was he doing the molesting them at? In the bedrooms?
He had them in his truck, in the house, wherever he could get a moment alone with them. Now, right after my incident, I found out he was being accused of molesting his sister's child.
Well, he ain't gonna. Most molesters probably aren't discriminatory.
They're very not discriminative. Most of them have a preference.
Let's say, some are dual predators, and then some have a preference, boy or girl.
Right. This one had no preference.
He molest boys and girls?
Yes.
Oh,
damn.
Yes.
Where is he now, Deborah?
He's been in and out of prison. He did reoffend on somebody else.
Let me ask you this. What happened with your children and your nieces? Did he go to prison, jail for molesting your family and your children?
Yes, he did.
How long did he go?
For my case, 1 year and 5 years parole,
1 year.
probation.
What?
1
what's-
year in the county jail. He did not go to
Okay, so
prison.
what's the timeline of the molestation? Because I didn't ask you how long you were married. Did I ask you how long you were
Um,
married for?
yeah, you asked me how
Yeah.
long I was married. I would say on and off over a year and a half to 2 years.
Messing with your children
Yeah,
that you know of.
that I know of. That the
And you
children
married how
confirmed.
long?
We were married 8 years. Well, I was with him
8
for 8
years.
years, 4
Hold
and
on, let's think
4.
about that. How old was the babies?
When they were being abused, 6 and 7.
I don't know. What you think about that, John? Lord have mercy.
6 and 7.
hmm
I
Very
would think he was
young.
doing it all the time. And he
Well,
had
and
a plan.
that's what I'm saying because when I
He
was
ain't gonna
I
just,
mean,
he ain't gonna just, I don't think it's just been that year.
no, I don't think it was either.
As long as a child was available, that's how I would look at it.
Well,
Well,
and
yeah.
that's what I'm saying. I don't know for a fact. I know what the children confirmed,
Thank you, Eula.
and
Yeah.
I'm going on that. But once is too much. One time is more. No,
Okay, let me
you
ask you.
don't
Did
do
you ask
that
your
to.
child? Did you ask your child how many times this man touched you? What did she say?
Okay, so when it came down to me being able to access my child, that's where I ran into issues.
What you mean?
Because once it got disclosed and protective services and the police got involved, now I'm under their watch. They tell me what I can do. So at one point, we were in the police department and they were doing an interview, and I was trying so hard to not look at them and not give them, any facial cues because I did not want to um, give him any reason to not want to talk to these people because I told him, you be honest, you tell them everything. At one point, the guy told him, "Oh, this is so hard for me
That's okay. Well, just take your time.
because
Take your time. Take your time.
because
Take your time.
he told the prosecuting attorney that I was involved. I was letting him do that for drugs.
Okay.
So at one point, I'm not gonna lie, I was ready to take my kids and run. And this guy that came to my door, I'll
Well,
never
I'm gonna
say
ask
his
you on this
name.
live. Did you participate in molesting your own child, Deborah?
No, I would never do that. I was a paramedic.
Well, why
That
would
would
he
have
say that?
ruined my
Why
career
do you think he said that?
because he wanted to take the problem off himself. He wanted somebody to go down with him. He didn't want to make himself a monster all alone. He told me
Wanted to
that
blame you.
outright.
He wanted to blame you.
He
So
wanted
your child and the other children never implicated you in touching him.
no. In fact, I will tell you what this man did for me. The man from Protective Services, the guy in the courtroom, because I was at one point when they were interviewing the boy, I didn't have access to the little girl to know what was happening with her. My sister,
Did they take your children immediately when the allegations
they
came out?
didn't take my kids at all.
Really? I'm shocked. So what? So I don't understand that. They have to
So
do
let
something.
me explain. Let me explain to you how this works, okay?
Yeah, I
So
am confused at that.
Protective Services came in and they told me what was happening. They said right then and there, you gotta pack a bag and get the fuck up out of here. Sorry, my language.
Or him.
Him. They told
Yeah,
him
yeah.
that.
Because you can't
Um,
stay with the accused. I usually know that it can't be you stay.
So-
Usually you give an ultimatum. We'll take your kids if you continue to stay. If you're going to
Oh,
stay.
there was no ultimatum. You get the fuck up out of here. I'm gonna shoot you. In fact, I tried to shoot him. The police took my gun from me. I was gonna kill his ass, and he would have deserved it. But the guy from Protective Services, while the prosecutor was screaming, "I want them kids out of the house now!" and the guy from Protective Services looked at him and said, "I think you're wrong. I think you're totally wrong. I've talked to this girl and I don't think that this is right." So he said, "I tell you what, you go home." We were at the courthouse in the prosecuting attorney's office. I will never forget this day. I was so afraid that I was going to lose all of my babies. And I was pregnant at the time. And he told me, I'm shaking. He told me, go home. He was going to take my son out for lunch to like a Mickey D's. He was going to be gone about an hour and a half. He said, wait for me there. Go home. I will meet you at your house. I thought about that. I cried. I called everybody. I had my car packed. I was ready to run. And when he brought my son home, he told me you were not involved and you didn't know
Thank
anything.
you, Jesus. How old was that
Uh,
baby at that time?
he was 8 it
Thank God
started
he's
when he
old
was
enough to
6.
talk.
He was 8 when I found out about it. So
Wow.
about 1.5 to 2 years.
So how many
I
kids
was
did you have at
shaking.
the house at the time, Deborah?
3 boys, and I was pregnant for my daughter.
Jeez, 3
I had a
boys.
brand new baby,
He was
and
molesting your boys.
he was molesting the oldest boys. He was grooming the younger ones. The younger ones were 3 and brand new baby.
Was there anything, Deborah, if you can
I got
tell us, and I appreciate you
I'm
sharing
gonna be
this.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna put it out there.
Okay,
Ask me anything.
okay, okay, and I appreciate that because
Mhm.
awareness is everything.
Mhm.
Was there any time during the course of this whole process, that you felt something was wrong?
Yeah, I asked her that,
You
Josh.
mean like off with him?
Yeah.
One time, and I started queuing in, and it was right before disclosure. He had been on the road, and I still had no clue. And my parents had called me and said they needed to speak to me, so we met at a local restaurant to have coffee and talk about the issue that was bugging them. It
Okay.
had nothing to do with this. But
Okay.
they were pissed off at me, so they asked me to go to coffee, and this is how my parents were. And we would discuss it in a public place so we wouldn't get loud and stupid. So they were telling me what their issues were with me were, and the kids were at home. And a half an hour later, he shows up.
Okay.
Okay. So now we got a family thing going, and I kept looking, I was trying to engage with, I'm going to call the one he messed with C. I was trying to engage with him, and he just seemed off. He just seemed totally off.
Okay.
And I'm like, I'm starting to put this together. It's clicking. You know what I'm saying? I'm starting to see these flags. I'm trying to rest my phone on my lap because I'm shaking so bad.
Okay. Take your time.
So this is where I'm seeing, this is just off. This is off. And
There was something wrong.
I was starting to see a pattern
Okay.
that every time when I would leave the house, the kids would get gifts that we really couldn't afford at the time.
How long at that time do you feel you left the house without the children there,
On
with
that
you?
occasion,
Yeah.
I was maybe gone a half an hour when he showed up at the restaurant.
Give or take, if you're going to the store, if you're going to shop or something like that.
Normally, I would take my kids with me because I would do that stuff during the week when he was gone. But I do remember one incident
Okay.
where I was running to a grocery store. I said, I'll be back in a half an hour. And C came running out the door. Can I go? Can I go? I want to go. I want to go. And I'm like, no, no, no. Just stay here. I won't be gone long. And I just remember that hangdog look on his face. And that was right after the restaurant incident. And this is where, this is starting to click. And that is why when this guy came to me and said, I want to talk to you about him, well, at first I thought it had something to do with his ex-wife and his other kid.
Right.
I'm like, well, what did she say he did now? Because we had issues like that always. I mean, this lady was like, no, if you're going to have my kid at your house, you can't smoke in your house. I'm like, well, if I can't smoke in my house with your kid here, keep them home. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't smoke in my house with my own kids. I went outside. But nobody going to tell me how to act.
Okay.
In my home where I pay to stay. That's my thing.
So according to your, I guess, assessment, things like this can take place in as little as a half hour, 45 minutes to an hour.
Dude, it can take place in less than 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Let me go there because this is how I found out about the niece. So we were visiting his sister in Indiana. I'm not giving out names.
Okay.
I went to the store to get stuff for breakfast because we were on the road. At that time, I was on the road with him and we were visiting. And the kids were like, at home playing video games. And when I came in the door, everybody got quiet. And it was about 3 or 4 days later that his sister called and said, "Where is that some bitch? I'm gonna kill his motherfucking ass. He's molested my daughter." And I didn't think he would do that. I mean, I never thought in a million years. And I helped him get off of that.
Okay, so
And
he
then
was
I found out
accused.
about mine.
Okay.
And then it was like, "Oh, you dirty motherfucker, you're a dead man." They had to get him out of my. I mean, they came through my back door. They were in my alley. They came through my back door and took my gun out of my hand. I had him on the porch. I wasn't letting him leave. "Don't you move. I will shoot you." And I thought right then and there, like, this is it. I just lost it all because I fucking lost my mind. I was gonna shoot a motherfucker. I'm sorry. This was what was going through my mind. And the prosecuting attorney, they switched them. They switched it to a different one and a family court judge. And he said, "I am not going to hold that against you.
Right. Right.
I'm not going to charge you with that because you had every reason. We knew what was going on. We understood." And I didn't know who called the police. I'm like, who the fuck called the cops? I didn't call them. My sister called them because she knew they were coming.
I'm so sorry. I am
But
so
my
sorry
point
that you did
is,
that.
what I started out in the beginning of this, and this is what led up to this.
Right.
My children never left my home. I had them all through the court. They were wards of the court.
You
I'm
are
not
lucky. You are very
Okay.
lucky.
very, very lucky, but I did what they told me to do. If they said go to class, I was there.
Well, let explain to us, because people need to hear this. What was recommended of you in order to keep your children?
Okay, they came into my house because I didn't get taught how to be a mom. My house was a pigsty, a Candace Black kind of thing.
Really?
I'm not
You're
gonna
admitting that,
lie.
and you're admitting that on my live. Wow.
Wow.
Thanks for being honest.
I'm telling you,
Well,
I'm
thanks.
not
Well,
gonna
tell us
lie. I'm
why,
gonna be
because I'm like,
open.
Queen ain't gonna let you bypass. Now you open up Pandora's box. Why was your house a pigsty, ma'am?
I didn't have resources. I had no laundry. I had no money. I had no, child support
How were you taking care of your children then, ma'am?
by the skin of my teeth. What
You
little
were
bit I got,
Listen. Were you drawing any type of
welfare,
Medicaid?
welfare.
Did you receive cash money?
Okay.
I did get cash that paid for the rent and the gas and the
Okay.
electric,
So
and I
did you
got,
also you got food stamps and medical?
yes, ma'am, yes,
So
yes.
you're telling us with the children you had, you chose not to keep your house and things in order.
It was overwhelming. I'm not gonna
Why?
lie.
I know,
There's no excuse.
explain to us, because
Hold on.
I don't like
Let
to
me.
sugarcoat nothing over here. So you
I'm
explain
not
to us why.
sugarcoating. I'm not
No. I'm
sugarcoating.
saying I'm not going to dance around it because the door is open. You just
Right.
explain to the chat why you couldn't keep things afloat, clean up. Was the children nasty or dirty?
No, the children were very clean, healthy, always met their doctors. Like the younger boy, I cued in on that before he even started school. Something ain't right with this child. He needs to be in school. I don't know what's going on, but they got him to the right people. So, I
So
mean,
you're saying you couldn't keep the house clean? Just
it
explain
was,
to me what was wrong.
I had no, like, I didn't have like a washer dryer. I was
You had a
doing
washer
everything
dryer.
out of the tub. I was washing my clothes literally in my bathtub. I mean,
Did
hours.
you have a car?
And
Did
then,
you have a car,
no,
Deborah?
nope, I had no car. When I could get to the laundromat, I used my baby stroller to put a trash bag in his feet, take it down there, do a trash bag full of clothes, bring it home. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. And part of it was me. Part of it was me. I was a
Okay.
young mother. I was 16. I didn't know how to be a mom.
Oh,
I was
were you emancipated, ma'am?
no. Well, I emancipated myself. And
No,
basically
why?
in
Tell us
Michigan,
why. Tell us
because
why.
my dad was abusive.
What was he doing to you, ma'am?
My dad would, all right, my teenage years, I don't remember not being grounded. And if we got caught doing something like a normal kid would do, like, okay, he sent us to the store instead of going the straight way, we went off a block. So he would go look for us because we were 10 minutes late coming home. And if we didn't give him the answers he wanted, we got beat with razor straps. I remember my sister, my dad's dead now, so I'm going to say this shit. I don't give a fuck who's mad at me. I remember my sister got caught skipping school. I wasn't even in the same school. She's a year ahead of me, so I was still in elementary, 6th grade. She was in 7th grade and junior high. Her and her friends decided to skip school. I will never forget this day in my life. But he took her. He tied her hands together. He took her out to the clothesline and hung her on it. He beat the hell out of her with that razor strap up and down her back.
How old was
Left
she,
her.
Deborah?
She was in 7th grade, I would say 13,
And how old were you?
maybe 14, 12,
So did your
11.
father beat you all on a regular basis?
Yes, and protective services were called many
Where was
times.
your mother? Where was your mother?
My mother, what a sad case. I'm going to go on a limb and say my mother,
Was your mother there, Deborah?
yes.
Did your mother beat you as well, Deborah?
No, my mother never, well, she would spank us and, patty slaps, if we did something stupid, but I mean, no, she didn't beat us like that. That
So
was left to my dad.
your mother watched and allowed your father to beat you all.
Yes. Yes.
Did your father touch any of the children inappropriately?
He never touched us sexually, no.
Okay. Did you have a good relationship thereafter when you left their house?
No.
When was the last time you spoke to your mother and father, Deborah?
Before they passed away, I probably didn't speak to my mother for 4 years. Because one of the things that I worked out with my dad, the house I was living in, it was really old. It was not in good shape, but he was selling it to me. And I was working while I was going through all of this to kind of fix it up and make it livable. So I paid for the house, paid her for the deed. She took the money. And after my dad passed away, this was within the same week of my dad passing. And I paid her for that house. I remember giving her that last check. I was so proud of myself. I had my own piece of property. And within the same week of my dad passing away, she looked at me and said, "Get your shit out of my house. I'm selling it."
You didn't have the deed to the house?
No, I paid her for the transfer of the deed, but she never did it.
So where did you go, Deborah?
At that point, I ended up going and living with a friend with my children.
How many did you have at the time, sweetheart?
4. I banged on church doors. We went to shelters until I could pull it together. But the next house that I got, I didn't allow it to do that.
You didn't like what, baby?
I didn't allow it to get messy. That's, going through that with my kids, it was like a lesson, a learning thing. But I'm here to say that they helped me keep my kids in my house. They helped me.
You're fortunate because it could not have turned out that way. That's why I try to explain to people that you can't.
I was watching you on one of your lives, and you said, Queen,
all social services do not act the same. It's this person's discretion to do how he or she sees fit.
Exactly. Well, the lady that and the judge, every time I went to family court, that lady had an attitude because now I'm working a 12-hour-a-day job. I'm coming into court with my hands greasy up to my elbows. I'm leaving work to go to court and go back to work to deal with this. And one day I was like, I'm not going. The lady came and said, you have court tomorrow. I said, I'm not going. And she looked at me and she said, why are you not going? I said, that judge does not like me and I don't trust her. And I have a feeling that when I walk in there.
But look, Deborah, but you knew the ramifications.
I knew that. And she helped me on that one too. She came the next day, 2 hours before court. She had a dress and some nylons and shoes in her hand. She said, put these on, comb your hair, pull it up in a bun. We're going to go to court.
I'm going to be truthful with you because, like I said, could have turned out totally different. Especially
it could have
with your children.
It could have, but I'm saying because I just dealt with another girl. She just lost her 3rd kid, and I said, look, you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing because I have dealt with protective services. And my main thing was being able to keep my kids under my roof, in my house, raise my kids,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And they didn't always have the best, but they had the best that I could give them.
Okay.
You know, I mean, we didn't get to go out to eat every day, but I made sure once a month we got to go to McDonald's and the play place and, you know, do whatever they wanted to do.
How
Was there any kind of visit? I don't mean to cut you off, Miss
No,
Quinn.
that's fine. Okay.
Was there any kind of visitation from Child Protective Services during that time?
Oh, they were there. They were there a lot. Like, she would come in,
So
I would
so
say.
they stayed on you is what you're saying. They stayed
Oh
on you.
yeah, they would come in. They would check the house. They were looking at the kids. I mean, this is their job.
Yeah.
And I think,
And
you know,
that's true. That is their job. That is
and
their
I think, you know, and like everybody. Oh, I'm sorry.
job.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take your time. Take your time.
What I'm saying is, if you have the right mindset, you know, everybody falls into this. You never know who you're sleeping with.
You don't.
You don't.
You don't know people.
You know, they can be the best person in the world,
Exactly.
and 10 years into a relationship flip and hide it from
Well,
you.
they didn't
I'm not
flip.
saying that.
He never flipped. That's who he was. You just found out.
Right. But in my head, it was like, oh my God, he flipped. What the fuck? It's like a
He was always
yeah. I'm not gonna
9
lie.
times out of 10, he was molested. Did you ever find out that he was molested, ma'am? He was?
Yeah.
Who was his molester?
Foster parent. Go figure. He was taken from his mother because he got in trouble as a young kid, and he was put in a foster home, and he was molested by the man that ran that home.
So how old was he when he first got molested?
When did he tell you that?
Right after he got found out. Because in my mindset at that point, when I first, like, I was confused. It was like a bomb went off in my head. Like, oh my God, what the fuck? You know, it was like all my world and everything I knew, everything was in pieces and tatters on the ground, and I got to figure out where to start picking things up.
Was it part of a story that he used to court you at the time?
No, I never found out about any of this until after disclosure. So my thought process is, you're sick, you need help, and as long as you do what you need to do to get help, I'll try to keep.
But that's usually what happens with people who are molested. They don't go get help.
Well, he didn't do it after he got caught either.
That's how they become offenders.
Well, he didn't go get help after he got caught, because that was my mindset. I wanted to keep the family together, and that was the whole idea from the beginning.
Wait a minute.
I'm gonna go there. Yeah.
Why you want him?
Huh?
Why would you want him?
I wanted, well, same thing every other girl's gonna tell you. I wanted the family unit. I didn't want my kids to grow up without a dad.
Stop.
It was dumb.
No, that's not what everyone wanted. That's what Deborah wanted.
Well, I've heard that from other women. I'm not gonna say everybody, but I did come to senses, and I'm like, you know what? This is fucking stupid. I am going to jail trying to keep you under my wing. I'm giving you money I really can't afford to be giving you. And at the end of the day, you're going to come back and I can't trust you. Get the fuck on. We're done. We're divorcing.
Let me ask you a woman-to-woman honest question. Did you think that you could cure your friend, your lover?
Yes, I thought I could help him. I'm not going to lie.
There it is.
If I love him enough, he'll change.
Right there.
But you loved him already, and he was
exactly. And that's where I came to my realization. You already had it all, and you pissed it away. And I'm trying and jumping through hoops to try to keep you in my kids' lives and in my lives, because you are their bio dad, and you really don't even deserve that.
Boy.
So I would say within 3 months of him going to jail for this offense, I was coming to my senses.
So how long did he stay in jail, Deborah?
He was in jail for a year.
And when he got out of jail, where did he go, Deborah?
To his mom's house, I think.
Did you ever see him again or have sexual relations with him, Deborah?
No. Nope.
He's still alive.
He does live in the city. Yes, I know exactly where he lives.
Are you dating now, Deborah?
I stay single. I don't want to date nobody.
Have you seen him since then?
Only in court.
Okay.
And how long ago was this, man?
The last time I took him to court, it was like 5 years ago. He owed me child support, and I wanted it. Like, bitch, you're giving me every motherfucker.
Has he paid your child support, Deborah?
I made him pay every dime off. Yup.
Is he still paying you now, Deborah?
No, he paid it all off.
Okay.
$100,000, and he was only paying me $80 a month. And I'm like, nope, you're giving me more than that. I would take you to court. And that judge, I loved her.
Oh, Jesus.
$80.
He was paying, and that's what I was living
How
on.
many?
For real.
On how many children?
Well, this was after the kids were grown. I mean, I did date and remarry, and he helped me raise the kids the rest of the way. In fact, we're divorced, and they still call him dad. He was a good guy for them. He never hurt them. He
So
was
you weren't afraid to
awesome.
bring another man around your children, Deborah?
I was very leery. It took a long time for me to trust that. And you got to understand, even when I was trying to get that, in my head, like, you got to be able to trust somebody. You can't live life solitary forever. You have to be able to move on.
I'm just asking a question. I think,
But yes, I was very leery. And yes, I took my kids.
I'm not going to say nothing because I ain't going to speak for nobody. I'm just saying, were you leery about bringing another man in your house?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I was terrified.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
How soon was it before you brought another man in your house, may I ask?
8 years.
Okay. But did you mess around periodically with men?
They were never allowed to come to my house.
Oh, because you were worried about something getting out.
If I wanted to go out on a date, I'll meet you at the club. We'll have some drinks together. I'm going my way. You were going yours. Okay. You're never coming to my house.
So the second marriage, what busted it up?
He cheated.
That's Woo, Deborah, you done came up to the queen. God.
Wow. Yeah.
That's why I love to hear you, because you are common sense.
You came in on a black horse. So
Well, I'm just saying, like, look, I get it.
Everybody got a story. That's it.
Everybody got a story, but it's how you rewrite the ending of your story, because I was not going to stay a statistic.
Okay. So after all you've gone through, how do you feel about this story in general? After all you've gone through.
About my story or the West Boys?
Yes. After what you've gone through, how do you feel about this story?
I knew there was some guilt there from the jump.
Okay.
And my thing is I was there with the Stout case and the Wells case. Like, I'm sorry, if you are a mom, you do not leave your children to, especially if you think there's snakes and bears and coyotes or whatever. I saw that. I was like, you're a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. But I encouraged my kids to go experience life,
yeah.
I want you to go foraging. I want you to go hunt. I want you to get your first deer. I want you to shoot that rabbit. I want you to, go cheerleading and play baseball. And I made that happen for my kids because they deserved it. Because they didn't ask to be here. I brought them here.
Are you happy now, Deborah?
Am I happy? I'm not happy that I went through all I went through, but I am a very strong individual. I am a survivor. I am never going to sit here and make excuses for somebody like Jacqueline West. Okay. I will never sit here and say, oh, you poor baby, Protective Services came in and took your kids. Mm-hmm. There was a reason them children were taken from that lady.
What about your relationship with your children now, ma'am?
Well, the boys, they're off and doing their thing. They live in different states, okay. But my daughter, she was the youngest and the one that was born during all of this. She lives in the area, and I see my grandkids at least twice a month, go babysit. We have a great relationship.
You and the children all get along, you, the boys, and the daughter?
One child is in prison.
Okay. What is he in prison for?
Drugs and guns.
Okay. All right. But you speak to him. Do y'all get along?
I don't talk to him no more. No.
Why?
How old is he? How old is he?
He is gonna be 40 this year.
Okay.
Um, but here's my thing, like I've been in trouble. I went to jail once.
Okay.
It's not a place I want to go back to.
Mm-hmm.
So
What did you go for? Can you tell us?
I got caught drinking and driving.
Okay. All right.
First time I ever did it. Last time I ever did it.
Mm-hmm.
I quit drinking because a friend of mine came to me with a bit of good advice, and it was like right after I got out of jail, and I was like really down on myself, and he looked at me and he said, I'm going to tell you something a friend of mine told me. I want you to take it to heart and think about it. He said, I don't care what the substance you're dealing with is, because I smoked. Only weed. And I used alcohol, and that was dumb. Nothing ever good happens on alcohol. I will admit that right fucking now. But he said, when what you're doing comes between you and your family, you and your job, and you and the law, there's a problem. Deal with it.
Mm.
And I took that to heart.
Well, I asked you if you were happy and you were hesitant. Why isn't Deborah Lyons happy right now?
Well, I'm not happy at the moment. I'm going to be honest. I just lost my brother a couple months ago. We don't know why.
That. My condolences.
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm just struggling trying to come to terms with that.
Okay, that's okay.
And but I mean, for the most part, my biggest issue now is I had to learn how to be so strong, but I don't know how to be soft anymore.
So you feel like you have a wall up?
Oh, I definitely have a wall up. I definitely have a wall.
Well, maybe one day you'll slowly take it down.
Huh?
Yeah. Maybe one day you will slowly take it down, because in life you're going to have to trust somebody. And I understand it's hard, considering all the things that you've gone through. But you don't want to be walking around mad every day and bitter every day and snapping at folks every day.
No. I've been over that really for a long time.
So what's your wall up? You mean you got a wall up as far as?
Will I let anybody into my life on that level? I would love to share my time with somebody, but I'll never allow myself to get married again. I date, but I won't marry.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, on that level, I'm happy on that level. I love my alone time. I love living by myself. I love the idea that I don't have to confer with somebody when I want to go somewhere. Like, hey, baby, my brother's invited me to go have a beer. Would you like to go with me? No, yeah. I don't want to go. Okay, well, where are you going? No, I forbid you to go. Forbid is not a word in your vocabulary.
Well, I think that's all you've gone through. You know what would be good for Deborah and what would not be good for Deborah.
Right. And I'm not that type of person that will go off and do something stupid out of spite.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like you think a lot like I do. Common sense, down to earth. Like, let's not play the bullshit game. Put it out there. Let's deal with it. Let's slap the fuck out of the bear and let's go. You know what I'm saying?
Well, maybe one day you when you get in a different place, you will start to mingle and possibly go out and meet somebody. Because do you want
I'm doing
somebody,
that
Deborah?
now. I'm doing that now, but I have not found the one that keeps my attention. And I have fun doing it. I love going out and meeting new people, and I did. I was very bitter, and I was very standoffish, and I was like, no, get away from me. No men in my life. You know what I'm saying? And one day I got to thinking about it, and I'm like, girl, you are one lonely bitch. You need to do something with yourself. You need to go put some makeup on, go kick up your heels, and you need to go out there and go find people to talk to.
No, that's true, because
I shut myself in,
and it can take a toll on you, especially with all the things that you've gone through, and you constantly beating yourself up is not helpful. What you do is you repent and then you keep it moving.
Exactly. And that's why, I mean, if you didn't get down on yourself, that means you don't realize the wrong you've done.
That's true. That's true.
You
That's true. There's still
understand
some
what I'm
people still
saying?
walking around, still living the same way they've always lived, and they're possibly content because there are some people who are still content with living in the mischief that they've always been in. And my thing is, you can't tell somebody how they should live. If they want to live that way, then you let them live that way.
Right, and that is where I was at with my child. He's been in and out of jail all of his life, all of his adult life, and I
Did you
look.
ask him why? Did you ask him why he keeps going in and out of jail?
Well, he thought he likes the thug life. He thought, if you go out there and act like a fool,
Well, that's what I said.
and
He might be content. What I said, some people are content with how they live.
and that's cool if that's how you want to live, but that's not how I taught him to live, and that's not how I'm going to allow him to act around me.
So he's incarcerated right now.
Yes,
How old is that one?
that's the one that's going to be 40 this year.
And is he your oldest or no?
He's the oldest. He's
Okay,
the
and
one that
still,
was abused.
how long is he? He was what? The one that was
He's
beat
the
by the
one that was
husband?
abused.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's probably his acting out. He's still acting out at 40 years old.
Well, and that's my thing is I did take him to counseling. We did go through all of that. I never said, no, you're a liar. I not, and the sad thing is it trickled through the kids. It trickled down.
Yeah. Well, maybe
Because
one day he'll wake
the
up.
two cousins, the two cousins started messing with each other. My son and the niece started messing with each other, and then the kids started doing it.
Say what now?
Yeah, like the two kids that were involved with the husband, they got caught together as children. They were 8 years old,
But that's to be expected.
right? I don't know what she did with her girl, my sister, but I know that me and my children were in abuse counseling for 3 years.
So you know we're gonna
after
go.
the
So
fact.
we're gonna ask you the ultimate question: has your son molested children to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you asked him, Deborah?
Yes, I have, and I have asked his siblings.
And what has he told you?
He's told me that that's not his cup of tea. And I've asked girls that he's been around their children because I did babysit, the girls that he dated, their children. And I asked them, how's Chad with you? You know what I'm saying? Let's talk. How's Chad with you? What does he do with you? Like, does he play ball? Do you play video games? But I ended up turning her into protective services because look, I found a turkey in the oven that had rotted, a whole bird. Cooked it and left it there. I was babysitting and I spent the whole time I was there cleaning her house. Go figure.
Repetition.
Yep.
So Miss Deborah, and I
Mhm.
appreciate you sharing this.
What a laugh.
Miss
I'm gonna go there. I'm not gonna lie to any. I'll give it to you straight on.
As bold and as courageous as you're making the statement and everything in a time composition, if we wanted to put a beginning until now, how long has all of this encompassed? How much time has this encompassed for you?
Okay, well, we're gonna have to break that into chapters for the legal aspect, and before they would release my children
from the
beginning,
Yeah.
from the beginning, from the time I found out. It was 3 or 4 years that the kids were ward to the court until they released them back to me.
Okay.
But they never left my house. I'm going to say that right now. They were there in my house. At the end of it, once I did everything they asked of me, every class, I was there on time, usually 15 minutes early. I was there. I was participating. I was in it to win it. I'm not here sitting here going, I want to be here because you just made me come here. No, there was something at stake. My kids were at stake. And I would have jumped through hell and fire to make sure that my kids got to stay home.
Okay. So we have 8 years of marriage, okay, that this encompassed. And we have some additional time up until you solidified everything in court pertaining to this. How long has this been for you?
For the court, it was 4 year. It was 4 years.
Okay, 4
Before
years.
they stepped out and left me alone. Okay, we're done. You've done everything we asked you. We've come in, we've checked the kids. We know they're going to school. We know they got doctors. We know they're going to the
Right.
dentist. You're doing everything you need to do. We will step out.
Okay,
But
so you got 8 years of marriage, 4 years during
in
the
court,
transition of this, right?
hmm
And any other time that you can remember up until now that this whole process has taken that you can remember?
when my last child turned 18, I was done
Okay.
because his big thing was
And when
um
was he 18?
my last child. She was born in '92, so 2018 or yeah, 2020.
Okay,
She turned
so
18.
that totals up to what for you?
I'm gonna say 18 years of my life.
18 years. 18 years from the time that you had been at first with the one that you felt that you wanted to be with up until then. That's a long time.
Yep.
And a lot has unfolded from that
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
It's incredible. I give my heart to you and your family,
Thank you.
for
But
being as
we
strong
made
as you
it.
have been.
We did it. We made it. And that's why I wanted to get up here and say, like, I get, it's up to the people that's involved, but I can say here in Michigan, because I've seen it, I've watched it go down. I've started
Yeah,
some other people's road to recover, if you want to put it that way, because I saw something wrong and pick up the phone. If you see it, say it. Get on it. Don't let this go. You know what I'm saying? But
right.
also, because of all them years that I worked in them factories and coming to court, I was going to school at night to be a paramedic, and I
Yeah,
did it. I got
yeah.
it. I did all that.
Okay.
Um, so
Are
that
you
was
still working as one now, Deborah?
I've retired.
Oh,
I'm 7 years older than you, sweetie.
I know.
And so I'm retired and on disability because of my knees. I can't do that job no more.
Okay.
But I'm looking. I do other things on the side.
Okay.
Nothing shady. I'm not gonna
You
say.
ain't got
I'm
to
gonna.
say nothing. I just asked.
Yeah.
But it's a religious thing, and some people don't agree with it. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. But I do.
Hallelujah. You
Yeah.
forgot you too. I don't think too much can shock us.
But I did have a gig up until about 6 months ago. I was actually a tarot card reader at a tattoo shop.
I got kind of feeling that's where that was going.
Oh,
I
goodness.
kind of figured that's where she was going. Okay.
But I'll give you a quick I am Wiccan, and I said this in one of your chats. That was me. I don't identify as Christian, but I love what you do, because you make me want to turn in. You make me want to hear what you got to say.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I know you don't like mentioning other people, but AB is the one that's like, go check out Big Ange. And then I stopped watching him because of Molly.
Okay.
I just said, I don't want to see Molly. I don't want to see Born. I don't want to see AB, because all they did was get up on YouTube and bitch about each other. And Benny Keys and all that. Yeah, I don't know. I just quit. Wow, you're the only one I watch on YouTube.
Okay. Well, I thank you. I'm glad he suggested you to come here, and I've seen you comment over the while commenting. So, do you feel better now that you have unburdened yourself up here, ma'am?
Yes.
I feel like people have to know that, yeah, you fall into hard times, shit happens, life happens. But when that people come in instead of looking at them as the enemy, use them for a resource because they can be a wealth of it and help you. Get
Mm,
yourself together, get on top of things, and do right by yourself and your children.
Yeah. Yeah,
mhm.
because
Because that
the
was
children are the key because children don't actually be here.
because my thing was I wasn't doing right by myself.
That's
I
true.
didn't feel I was worthy to get somebody that would treat me like a queen.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Mhm.
Well, maybe one day you'll find somebody to treat you like a queen, Deborah.
Oh, well, the man I did have, he did treat me like a queen in the beginning, but he was younger than me, and he
Okay.
found someone his age.
Okay. That's
But
okay.
when he was with me, he treated me great. I have no complaints. He did well with my kids.
Look,
He treated me like
Okay, Miss Cougar.
he was 10 years younger, and the one that I thought would be the mature one, he was 10 years older.
Yeah. Well, that's usually what happens. So just because the person is near your age, you're older, doesn't mean that they're going to behave as an adult. We know.
Well, yeah, but you think somebody a little older than yourself would be a little bit
Yeah.
more mature,
Yeah.
but yeah, that didn't
Yeah.
work out.
Mm.
That was my mindset. But my dad, as asshole as he was, he taught me, don't you take shit from nobody. And I will never forget the day he came at me and I told him, you lay one hand on me, motherfucker, you're going to get the wrath of God because I'm no longer afraid.
Woo. Well, look, we don't want you locked up now, okay?
Yeah.
Well, that was my dad years ago because he
We
came
don't
at
want you
me.
locked up. So if you see the signs that somebody ain't right, just walk on by.
Exactly. Well, and
Remove
that's
yourself.
where
Just
I'm at
remove
right
yourself.
now. I'm
Yeah,
not
just
trying to
remove
be
yourself.
out there
Yeah,
foolish, but
because you
I'm
can't go
saying
back once you do something. So
Yeah.
exactly.
I,
Exactly. So I
I
try
think
to keep that level head always, and that's why I love you because you're level headed, common sense. Tell it like it is. Don't sugarcoat this shit because
yeah.
these younger girls, and I had to learn the hard way.
well, we all
But
have to
these
learn. That's the whole thing about life. It's a learning process. And even as you get older, you still make mistakes. You still do things that you say you're not gonna do, and
right.
we all make
We
mistakes.
all do. We all do. That's part of the human
Yes,
Yeah.
psyche.
yes, it is.
I
But
think I think the point you make, Miss Deborah, out of sharing your story tonight, and I thank you for that. And I think a lot of folks in Angela's chat thanks you for that.
well, thank
They
you.
could be
And
going through a
this is the
similar
first time I've
situation.
ever
Y-
done this.
Yeah,
I was
they
so
could be.
nervous. Like, look at my hands. I can't stop
They
shaking.
could be going through a similar situation, and one of the things that I think you bring to everyone's attention is the fact that you know it's not what happens to you in life, because anything can happen.
Hmm.
It's what you do that
With
makes
it.
a difference, right?
Well, see,
And
and
I
that's
think you
one
bring
thing
that
that
point out
I
loud
want to
and
put this
clear.
out there. Right.
I appreciate
Everything
that.
is temporary.
Exactly. That
Everything
is so
is
Yep.
true.
temporary.
That is
It's
Hmm.
so
how
true. It doesn't seem
temporary
like
are
it
you going to
sometimes. That
allow
is
it?
so true. That is
Yeah.
so
Life
true.
is temporary. So
Hmm.
if you look at your problems like, okay, this is temporary, we're going to handle this, but you got to handle it. How temporary do you want to make it? Because it can be done now, or you can drag it out for a while if you don't get on top.
Right. Right.
So everything is temporary. Your trip to the grocery store is temporary. You're not going to be there forever. It might
That's
seem
right.
like it sometime, but you know what I'm saying? So that's my motto in life. Everything is temporary. Don't matter what it is, the good times, the bad times, the happy times, sad times, the rain, the snow, the sun, the grass, it's all temporary. It's gonna die. It's gonna go away and then it'll come back. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I think you're a marvelous woman, a woman of strength indeed. For 18 years that you've
A
dedicated a
long
part of
time.
your life to something
Hmm.
Oh, tell me,
that's
I
so
had to jump
important.
through hoops because he kept
It's so
bringing me to
important.
court. And
Right.
I would bring in school psychologists, their teachers, their principals, look, I need help. Don't let him keep doing this. But I was going to court once a year, every year, for him to get denied visitation with
Mm,
his kids
Okay.
until the youngest turned 18.
right. Much love to you.
Thank you. Much
Thank
love
you,
to you
Deborah.
both.
Thank you,
Keep
Deborah.
it going, Queen. Don't let these people mess with your head. I get it. I get it. You are out there. You come out
You
here
do
with
better.
straight common sense talk.
I feel better.
I'm glad you do. Don't let them like make you stroke out because I'm like looking at you and I'm like,
We'll be on to the
we
next one.
know.
It's
But I
okay.
wanted to say happy 50. I saw your
51.
like 51. Yeah, I saw your birthday thing in January. I'm glad you made it. Many more, and I hope they get better as they go.
Thank you, darling. You be
I
careful,
love
Deborah,
your
and you keep
channel.
your head up, okay?
Oh yeah, and John Q, you do what you do. I just went and checked out your channel and subscribed to, so I want to
Oh,
check you out too.
thank
Thank you,
you.
But your
Tracy.
voice is amazing. You should be a singer. You'd be so soothing.
Deborah, you're a mess.
You guys have a great, great, great
You
rest of
too,
your
Deborah. Thanks for
evening.
tuning
Yes,
in.
you
I thank you
too.
for the support, honey.
Thank
You
you for
keep your
having
head
me
up, and
on.
thank you for your testimony.
Awesomeness. Take care of yourselves.
Okay, sweetheart. Thank you.
All right.
Okay,
Bye.
bye. Everybody, that's Miss
Take care,
Deborah.
Deborah.
Whoo, mercy. What this ladder went from.
There you go.
What?
There you go.
Where is this going? This went from over here to over there. Well, any parting words, sir?
I want to thank you
Oh, you're welcome.
deeply
Okay.
for the work that you have done
Thank
on this
you.
case.
Thank
You know,
you.
for those that may be new to your channel or
Mm.
maybe chiming in, maybe have been referred from another creator to you. Angela has been steadfast on a lot of her work on
Ooh,
her
too
channel.
many.
Okay. Whether she
Thank you,
covers
Gigi.
this particular case or the Summer Wells case
Mhm.
or any of the other cases that her channel consists of, she not only brings you commentary, she'll bring you receipts. And that's what she
I try.
starts the channel
Thank
with,
you, Katie.
and then give you commentary, and then give you the opportunity to come up and share your thoughts.
Thank
Now,
you.
that is the platform in which she grew and grows
Yeah.
her channel.
Yeah, because I started, naturally with just
Yeah.
uploads. Sometimes I still think I should go back to uploading. Just, straight
Right.
news, get my pen and check out.
Yeah. From the source.
Yes,
If you have something to say, great, come on up.
Mhm.
If you don't have something to say,
Okay.
she's not going to waste her time trying to read the chat because it's a lot of reading because of
Well, that's true. And
a
then too, like
lot
I
of
said, with
folks.
my voice, I'm having problems with my voice. So it's easier if the people could engage so I don't have to talk
Yes,
as much.
yes. And you do engage your chat, and that's one beautiful thing that you offer the opportunity for people that come across these stories that you're covering is to engage with you.
Yeah.
You can be, to a degree, strong,
I know.
bold,
Ah.
rambunctious. If you want
Ain't that the truth?
you
Shut
know,
your mouth.
and it's not to be intimidating.
Yeah,
It's just
but to
that
some people it is. To some people, to some people, and I tell myself sometimes I have to check myself. Yeah, okay, I might have came across a little too strong for some, but then I've learned that sometimes if I was look at people who are timid and quiet, people they would find something wrong with them.
Yeah.
Well, she didn't. I couldn't get her message, or they. I noticed that about the district attorney that was speaking for the Billy Ray Turner. I was reading the comments. People were upset that they didn't feel like he came across bold enough in his opening statements and him talking. So you see, there's always a complaint.
Yeah, damned if you
There's always a
do, damned
complaint.
if you don't. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But on your channel, no one can ever be disappointed because when you can deliver your message the way Angela does, and I'm not kissing your ass either.
Oh, okay.
When you deliver your message, you
Audio
deliver
books, yeah,
it
he
the
could.
way it's supposed to be delivered based on the case you're covering. And I enjoy that. I have enjoyed that. I continue to enjoy that. And I'm sure that, a lot of people enjoy that about you only because you're the only channel that does that.
I don't know.
You
I'd engage. And I think sometimes engaging might have just, it's not good sometimes. I mean, I'll just be honest. I just think sometimes it's just not good. But let me tell you something. I wanted to today because I wanted to do another video because I'm not really sleepy, but There's a case I want to bring. It's an older case. And I like the feedback. The feedback we got last night, it got a little rough up here because of the Chris Watts thing. And I never really just followed that story. But Court TV released the mistress's interrogation. Gee, and I didn't know we were going to get as heated as we did. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Talking about her.
Okay.
I was even walking around the house today talking to myself about the case. Like, man, these people were everybody was getting an attitude. Some think the mistress did this, think this. But my thing was, hey, we are all in control of us. No matter what, you have control of you. And that's the thing, your response. You can't blame somebody for somebody else going out here killing their family. That's my opinion on that. Because I told people in that chat last night, had he never met that woman, he was still diabolical, because you just don't wake up and snuff out an entire family.
Right.
His reasons may not be this guy's reason. I don't know if you remember that guy that was in Virginia many years ago. Not Virginia, but was it Virginia? Older guy. He was on the run for years. Matter of fact, no, it was upstate. Jersey, New York somewhere. Went down. They found him in Virginia, whatever, I believe. He was an older man, remarried. He killed his whole family over some finances. It was like the late 60s, I think. You remember that case? The Lusk-Linsk case?
Yeah.
It was Lusk-Linsk, his last name. He was an accountant.
Linsk.
Yeah, that's a favorite. That's a perfect example of this Chris Watts type situation. Each person's motive was different for killing the entire family. He even killed his mother. They found her in the attic. That was his choice. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The choice to kill everybody. I feel the same way with Chris Watts. I mean, whether I followed it intensely or not, that girl, that means nothing. That man was tainted.
Yeah. Badly.
Exactly.
Badly.
Because she even said that in that interrogation. Yes, he did mention to me the financial situation that was going on that they were having. He never talked bad about his wife and kids, which you can see that when you watch the Netflix documentary with her text messages to the wife. Right. He was very mild-mannered, but that stuff had to have been building up. This guy being so, docile in behavior and mild-mannered, he already had issues that nobody saw. You don't wake up one day and kill a whole house full of people.
Right.
I don't care about that he met that girl. A lot of people were arguing in the chat last night. Well, I think it's because of her. And she was seductive. She was manipulative. Well, then, okay, he was weak-minded. But that still doesn't mean anything. There are a lot of men who have been weak for a woman. They didn't go kill their family.
Yeah, hell, wars were
created. You understand what I'm saying?
Are created from that same premise. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. But let's be truthful. I know many men who cheat. They're cheating now. They're not thinking about killing their wife and kids. So you can't say it's all her. He's a grown-up with a functioning mind. He had a functioning mind. That was a choice to me to go do that. And who's to say he hadn't been thinking about that for a very long time? So you don't know. And the one thing I tried to make the chat understand is don't put all your marbles in one basket on what he told law officials in interrogation, because he's a sociopath, and a sociopath will lie.
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying? They lie.
Yep. Yes.
Tell you what I think you want to hear.
Yes, they do. And that's what they feel, in essence, protects them from ever being prosecuted. The same concept. If I'm glad you brought that point up too.
Yeah.
The same concept is what Jacqueline and Trezell West tried to do.
Yeah.
Is to play the innocent card.
Well, and they're doing that. That's to them. That's their choice. Right. That is their choice what they're doing, whether I like it or agree.
Right. And so we as the public that gets this particular information, whether it be from mainstream media or social media.
Yeah.
We follow it, then we don't follow it, then we
Mm,
come back to following it, then
mm,
we don't follow it, and then we come back to following it. If you're getting choppy information, it's based on your choppy research.
yeah.
If you're going to be following something,
Yeah.
as close as Miss Angela, myself, and a number of different content creators following the West case,
Yeah.
as this is concerned,
Yeah.
this is something that you have to pay very careful attention to,
Yeah.
just as well as the Summer Wells case. There's a lot of moving parts in that, and
Too
you
many.
have to really pay attention to, you
Too
know,
many.
what law enforcement is revealing and what they make public, and then come
Mhm.
to a specific conclusion, not the end, but to say I've gotten to a certain part in the case to where I still have questions about this,
Mhm.
and it's a continuation, then you can hold it. But
Yeah.
there is no conclusion until the innocent has been proven guilty in
Yeah.
due
Yeah.
process.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. My next video, it doesn't have anything to do with anything that that everybody's talking about. It's something that I found in the queue the other day. Whew, Lord, it kind of shook me. And it's a case that I still think about this week. It's an older case of an African American male who was very affluent in Atlanta, and he had a penchant for women,
Mm,
a lot, and he was found bludgeoned to death in his home many years ago. I think it was 96. And it was the most interesting story. I mean, I watched it the other day, and I could not move because I wanted to hear everything I could hear about the story. And
right.
it is a doozy on who killed him.
96. Wow. Okay.
96. But he was well known in Atlanta. He liked the ladies. He was sleeping with at least four that they brought up during trial. Uh, and he also had some bad business deals. He was accused of owing some people some money. So it was a matter of who did you think
Right.
killed this man?
Hmm.
And it's revealed who killed him. But it shows you the justice system. It's worth watching.
It's
It's in the
something
YouTube
else.
queue. Yeah, I posted it to my community board. It's on Court TV. It's awesome.
Mm,
It's awesome. And that's one of my crime vault videos I want to do because I want to get the opinions of everybody of what they thought of all the intricate players that came to be in the storyline, and how does this man get himself killed like this?
right. Right. Yeah.
Because he
And
did cheat. I don't want to use the word cheat because he wasn't married. Well, no, that's not true.
he
Well,
played. He played.
he was
He played.
married 3 times. Last was an ex-wife. Naturally, I believe that was the reason why that marriage ended. And I think that was the problem with all his marriages, is because he just could not stop sleeping around. And that's what was so interesting about the evidence, a lot circumstantial, against one of the suspects.
Right.
It's just a matter of what do you believe
Mm-hmm.
pertaining to the evidence. And the fact that he was like interchanging like 4 women at a time, different bed hairs in the bed. It's that deep.
Mm. And it's the same thing that we're dealing with right now.
Yeah.
It's what
Yeah.
folks
Because you don't know.
believe
Because
as
when
the
you start
evidence.
throwing in suspects,
Yeah. Yeah.
it could have been this one.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a matter of who the 12 members want to believe did it.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm telling you, you got to check it out. It's awesome.
Exactly.
It's an awesome story.
Exactly.
And I
So,
want to bring it out. I want to get the feedback. But the way they act sometimes with hitting the link, I'll be like, what is because really the crime files usually I don't care to do the link. I'll just read the commentary, read the story, give my commentary, then just check on out. But in this one, I would like to get feedback on what people thought of who the suspect was and if you believe that person is indeed the murderer.
mm,
Before you go, can you tell me what do you think of Lorenzen Wright's case? Can you, or do you not know?
Oh, I haven't really
Oh
touched on that.
wow, yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't give you anything on that. I've
Okay,
been working.
that's
I've
one of
been
my
cur-
little interests. That's one of my interests too.
yeah, I've been
Yeah, that's a
currently
very
working.
interesting case.
I've been currently working the Daniel Robinson case, the 25-year-old that went
Okay,
missing.
somebody had mentioned that to me. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
out of Buckeye, um, Arizona,
Arizona still
and
so still no suspect.
no,
Hmm.
not as
Well,
of
let me ask
yet.
you, what do you think happened?
I believe what the father, David Robinson, has basically been able to find that there was some kind of foul play there. The evidence is leading toward individuals regarding his son going missing that day,
Mhm.
and
That's the one
20
with the car turned over on the side of the road or something, or did
yes,
something.
yes,
Okay.
yes. That was about 20 feet in a ravine, and his
Mm.
clothes were left there along with his socks, underwear, shoes, everything,
Were
computer.
they inside of the car, or outside of the car?
Yeah, outside of the car.
So it would
His,
have done it if the car flipped or something.
right,
Okay.
and his father believes that the car was placed there.
On purpose.
Yes.
Well, wasn't he coming from somewhere?
He was coming from a job site about
Yeah, that's what I thought,
three
leaving
quarter
work.
miles
So
from
possibly he was with the wrong company in
a
his car.
work site, right? That
Mhm.
he was assigned to that morning, and the
Altercation,
person,
perhaps. Altercation inside the car.
right, right,
Wrong ride.
and the person that he was meeting, which was a coworker from a different company,
Mm,
a pump technician,
mhm,
was supposed to meet him out there at 9 o'clock on uh, June, I believe, 23rd,
mm.
9 a.m.
That's sad.
The pump technician states that he was there for about 15 minutes, and this is Mr. Robinson's son, Daniel, and then got in his car and abruptly left
Mhm,
and disappeared.
mhm.
Okay. We're doing some background work for Mr. David Robinson, his
Oh,
father.
5. Okay, that's
Yeah.
good.
And we're finding a lot of things that are contradictory to.
Well, it always is.
Yeah, there always is. You know it.
Yeah. It has to
We
be a sad, sad place to be in.
yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Not you know something's off, but you don't know what it is.
Right.
With all the details.
If I spend 15 minutes with you tonight, Miss
Hmm.
Queen, okay,
Hmm.
and yet my car odometer says that I really spent about 6 minutes with you.
Okay.
It says something to the contrary about the 15 minutes that I spent with you. Meaning that if I say I spent 15 minutes with you, but yet
Mm.
within 6 minute time frame, I shut my car off and then turn my car on 6 minutes later to leave you, how
Uh-huh.
could I ever say that I ever spent 15 minutes with you? You see what I'm saying?
Does
And
he have?
so,
Is his car got some type of? Is it a modern car to where it has like a GPS and all that on there?
yeah, yeah, everything is fully equipped.
I
7 airbags
tell you everything. Okay.
deployed. Here's a 2017 Jeep Renegade was found in a 20-foot ditch
Yeah, that's what
that
I do remember.
his father felt that was staged or placed. And I'm
So
working
that
on that.
means you have to have a second party then.
Yes,
A
yes,
third, I mean, a third party.
indeed.
Because it's got to be the person he was with plus possibly somebody else, because that person would have had to left there. And how did they get to where they were going to get
Right,
away from the scene of the staging or the accident or
right. So when you have someone's clothes, including underwear and socks and cell phone,
the. Mhm.
without a memory card there at the
Makes no
scene,
sense now. Now that's when you
right?
start believing this is second party,
Yeah.
because he had to have been using the phone.
Hmm.
So somebody did that deliberately
Precisely.
with the
So
memory card. And why would you take out a card unless you were with that person, and the number would show that they've been talking.
Right. So we're having the
Wow.
phone analyzed by forensics. We were able to get Mr. David Robinson in touch with forensic analysts to do
It's sad.
an analysis with
All
the
they got
phone.
to do is dump the phone. Who he's been talking to?
Right. The Buckeye Police Department, stated that they checked the phone, but they didn't do a full phone dump. They collected information from a part-time job that Daniel had delivering food to the
Dangerous.
neighborhood,
Very
and
dangerous.
he went to a specific person's house, a female, who happened to have called for food
How
and
do you know
wine.
he was the only one in the car?
Right. Yeah.
There's somebody in the comment section.
Right.
How do you know he was the only one in the car?
Yeah, correct. That's the reason for the phone check,
Yeah.
to have that analyzed for any kind of activity concerning anyone beside from
Let me ask you
Daniel
this:
being in the car.
where's the victim now?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Where's the victim now?
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm just
that's
saying.
what.
Is there a body that has been recovered? Was he in
Right.
the
No, nobody has been recovered. He's just missing.
Okay. So if there's no body, then how can somebody in the chat say he was the only one in the car?
Mm-hmm. So we're having forensics check the phone. That report is going to be between now and between the next couple of weeks coming back, and it just seems like the PD over
Do you
there.
believe somebody else was in the car with him, John Q?
I really can't tell at this point until the airbags are checked for any kind of DNA pertaining to his son and or anybody else that may have been in the car.
So what are they trying to say? That he put the car in the ravine himself and walked away from his wife?
Yeah, and went away butt naked to become a monk in a monastery.
And where does this theory come from?
Yeah, the Buckeye Police Department.
And how would you know that he would want to be a monk?
Yeah, that's just what they said. It's unfortunate because you're dealing with a young black man in a neighborhood that we had found out is a sundown town.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just like Jelani Day, his case is surrounded by a sundown town.
Now, what is that supposed to mean?
Okay, blacks don't belong in specific places in a neighborhood after dark.
Okay. Kind of probably like where Chad went missing out in the county.
Yeah.
We have black people out there, but it's not a lot.
Yeah.
At all. Like 0.1%.
Yeah, this case begins to permeate with it, and we're just assisting the family on getting some background information so that they continue their independent investigation. That's what we're doing.
Well, my thing is, people can't say what something is when, one, you don't know the victim. You don't know who the victim talked to, who's around the victim, and the police haven't given any information.
Right.
So you can't say where somebody was, what they were doing, who they talked to, picked up, rode in a car. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yep. And a lot of these cases, seem to have that same element in them, regardless. When you get a lot of hearsay and nothing has been verified, corroborated.
Because that's how I do. I'll bank on that until somebody can debunk.
Right.
Or he said, she said in a theory.
Exactly. And that's what I appreciate.
Yeah, bring a receipt to say, wasn't nobody on the road. He didn't get picked up. He walked somewhere, took somewhere, abducted. Somebody else was in the car. How you don't know what he was doing, because you got to show that you got proof that he was by himself.
Right.
He could have been giving somebody a ride.
Precisely.
He could have stopped and picked somebody up.
And for the lack of, people questioning certain things, his father is questioning everything.
Well, he's supposed to, that's his child. Sometimes people act a little honorary about you questioning your own.
Right. Right.
Because that's what I think I discovered when I first pulled the story up. I thought, this is a weird story. A while back when I first looked at it, and I was getting the feeling like nobody was taking it serious.
Mm-hmm. it's been very hard for him to get media coverage on the mainstream. He
Well,
has been on
it
CNN.
would be
He
hard.
has been on the Red Table Talk with Will Smith's wife
Oh, okay.
and a couple of other places.
What
And
about his friends?
what's that?
What about his friends? Have they spoken?
They have, according to PD, they have spoken to everyone. Everyone's statement is, what it is. And he's going back over the timeline just as well as we are with him. And we're just coming up with a number of different individuals that need to be re-interviewed according to their statements.
Yeah.
And so we're assisting the Robinson family on getting that information on my channel. I
The SIM card missing is very key.
Yeah, the memory card. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's a big one.
It's very big.
It's a big red flag.
Because if I hurt myself, that's the last thing I'm gonna be doing is fumbling with my phone. I have no reason to take a card out if I'm stranded. That's stupid.
Yeah.
And if I walked away, the SIM card has no meaning to me messing with it either. Because I'm walking away. 9 times out of 10, I already have another burner phone to start a new life with. I tell people don't stay woke.
Yeah, precisely. So it comes to find that a rancher found the vehicle on the July 19th after an aerial search was performed well over 3 times by the Buckeye Police Department, the Civil Air Patrol, and they couldn't locate Daniel's vehicle 5 to 8 days later by air. But yet a rancher on the ground finds his vehicle on the 19th of July when he went missing on June 23rd, just 8 days after Summer went missing on the 15th.
Okay. So he went missing on what day now?
Summer went missing on June 15th.
Okay. And
Daniel went missing on June 23rd of the same year.
And when was his car discovered?
Yeah, on the 19th of July. A month
That don't make
later.
no...
Yeah, a month later. A month
Wait,
later. Yeah. A month later.
Discovered where? I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, in the Sonoran Desert, just above.
Well, when did somebody call for him to be missing?
Right, that's the rancher that brought to light that they had found his vehicle on the 19th
Of what month?
of July.
July
of last
year. Who around him reported him missing in June?
Well, his dad actually made a police report that he went missing 48 hours later.
Okay, in June.
Because he talks to his son on
all
a
the
daily
time.
basis,
Okay, so he don't hear anything.
And you don't hear anything, and you kind of wonder what's going on. And
how far was the location of the truck? Where the truck was found to the work site?
About 3/4 of a mile from the job site.
So people would pass the road to see him, correct?
Now, this is in the desert, about a mile to a mile and a half into the desert. So it's off of Sun Valley Parkway. Yeah.
So it's not, so what I'm saying, so where the car was down a ravine, do cars pass by is what I'm saying?
No, nothing passes by that.
So even if he had wrecked his car, let's say, he would have been somewhere near the car.
Yeah, precisely.
And if he had crawled somewhere and got safety, a sensible person would have called 911. Stay woke.
Right. So during the time of the police investigation, police had found that there was red paint on the front right end of Daniel's car. That's what they found. Upon our investigation, we not only find red paint, but we found yellow paint as well. There is no yellow or red paint in the desert of any kind, of any sort whatsoever. The only time we come across those colors, are about maybe 2.5 to 3 miles down south of where the car was found, in a place where there's a mining field. Okay, with construction equipment. such as John Deere bulldozers that are yellow and red
So what are you trying to
vehicles.
say? Somebody ran his car off the road?
And that could be a possibility.
But didn't he leave in daylight savings time?
And it was during the day. So we're connecting some dots in the background to help the family.
Do you think he was targeted?
Possibly. It could have been something of a hate crime. It
Yeah.
could have been something wrong place, wrong
Somebody
time.
saw him,
Black
didn't know where he's
man,
coming
black
from. Yeah.
man,
Let's
black
have a
man
little
out.
fun. Let's have a little
Yeah.
playtime. Well, that's the thing about the off the beaten path.
Yeah.
Anything is possible when you out in
Right.
the middle of nowhere. I tell people that I say you have to be very careful off the beaten path because you don't know how you can get yourself in a situation you cannot get out of because one, you're somewhere where there will be no cavalry.
Right.
It's anybody. I don't care what your race is. That's all it
Black
takes.
man in a neighborhood he shouldn't be in. This is the desert area. It is rugged. It is very, very hard to navigate by any kind of vehicle that you and I would drive.
Yeah, I
You
was
would
just saying.
need an ATV, a Razor,
So
or
what was
some
he driving?
kind
An
of
SUV?
what's that?
What was he driving? An SUV?
He was driving a 2017 Jeep Renegade.
Renegade.
So the suspension on that car is about 8.5 inches high.
Mhm.
So you would have to have a vehicle either of that height or better to navigate the deep potholes and
I was just saying.
rugged
That's why he
hills
probably had
and
it.
terrain just covering the land. So ATVs or Razors could handle that kind of terrain a whole lot better than a
Well,
Jeep.
do you believe there was foul play?
Yeah. Only because no one is going to have a car collision walk away. It's a walk away kind of thing. So
Yeah, somebody in the chat is saying somebody moved his car with a piece of equipment following the Daniel Robinson case. Okay.
Possibly. You're
Yeah.
not going to
And
take
that's the
off
thing, you're out in the middle of
all
nowhere.
your
Who's
clothes.
got something to say if you ain't got a lot of traffic, nobody watching nothing?
Right. You're not going to possibly take off all your
Ain't
clothes down to your underwear and socks after a collision and walk away.
Well, who would have time if I was hurt? Why would I do that? If I was hurt.
And
You understand what I'm saying? Let's say I ran my car in the ditch, I get out. I think I'm trying to get to safety.
Yeah, exactly. So
Somebody made him strip.
Exactly. And it could have been made strip by gunpoint, because,
Only way
if
they
there's
did it.
coercion there,
For him to
that's
pull his
what his
clothes
father
off.
believes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So that's
Oh
what
my God, this is so terrible.
this is what we're working on, Angela. And,
Oh, my Lord,
you know,
I don't stories. This is worse. To me, it's no different than talking about these kids. That's just because I tell people all the time, you have to be very careful when you're out here. You don't ever know when you will be a victim. You can be a victim in your home. You can be a victim going to the grocery store. Because I think a lot of people think that, well, I don't bother anybody.
Right.
I stay in my lane. There's no such thing.
There you go. And, we're talking about a story from, Rogersville, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Or we could be talking about a story out of California City, California to Bakersfield, like you're doing tonight. Or we could be talking about a missing geologist out of Buckeye, Arizona, just 9 months ago.
Okay. Janaka says his clothes were laid out piece by
missing.
piece. Somebody in the chat is talking. His clothes were laid out piece by piece. Is that true?
They seem to be because
deliberately.
Yeah, they
like
seem
to
to be.
something. Okay.
According to what we've been able to go over on the lives that I've covered, the jeans that Daniel wore were entirely in a flipped out reverse fashion.
Oh yeah,
that's laid out.
Yeah.
His shirt was in a reverse fashion laid out. His shoes were scattered. One sock was found at location. Another sock was found 300 feet from the vehicle. Okay. His hat wasn't found. His shades weren't found. His keys were in the ignition in the car. along with his phone in his back pocket in the jeans that were in reverse. 2 cases of water
How
was
could your pants
intact.
be in reverse?
Right. 2 cases of water was intact in his vehicle, along with his laptop computer and a duffel bag, which had NYPD on it, which he collected samples from being a geologist, being out there in the field.
Mm-hmm.
Now, during the time that Daniel was out there, he was collecting water samples from for his company called New Matrix, and met a coworker out there from a different company who was a pump technician. They were supposed to work together on assignment.
Is this person checked out?
So far, according to police reports, he gives his statement, which is, I feel, a huge red flag and an inconsistency based on the time that Daniel spent with him out there in the field. He says,
Maybe they could have had some type of words or something.
yeah, he says 15 minutes, but his car odometer during the time he was out there reads from one odometer meter reading to another in the course of 6 minutes and not 15.
The other guy.
What's that?
The other guy, the victim.
The other guy, he earlier on, before.
I mean, the reading of the car is just the victim's car you're speaking of?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. The other guy had made a phone call prior to him arriving at the site, telling him not to come. It was a voice message.
Wonder why.
Yeah, telling him not to come because there was a fuel tanker truck that was having an issue getting to the location. And so he didn't want him to make that trip for nothing. It's an hour away
That's
from
right. So then why would
where
he
he was
show up
coming
then?
from, out of Phoenix.
Well, then, but why would the boy show up?
Yeah. So there's a lot of holes in the story that we're trying to look at to try to make some sense out of.
Or did he text that afterwards after the foul play was rendered?
No, this was a voice message.
A voice message.
Yeah, voice
So
message.
I'm saying the voice message was done earlier in the day?
Yes.
So, I mean, it's been time stamped is what I'm saying.
Right. If someone is going to send you a voice message at 8:24 in the morning and you're supposed to be at your job site at 9, so we're talking about, over 36 minutes.
I'm already en route, is what you're saying.
Right. Exactly. Right. Exactly.
So the message came in at 8 something in the morning?
8:24. Yeah. Yep. So
and the boy is supposed to be there at 9.
9. Yeah. So 36 minutes to that point, give or take, is in question. The 15-minute conversation of the coworker identifying Daniel being at the site is also in question, based on the Daniel's vehicle's odometer meter reading, and that's in question, as well as many other questions by the Buckeye Police Department on how they were able to handle the investigation altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a very strange coincidence concerning a young black man that went missing out in the desert.
For his family.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a terrible place to be in.
Yeah.
The not knowing.
And this is only 8 days after Summer went missing in Rogersville.
I just don't recommend far off places without a bunch of people being eyewitnesses. That's just me personally.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I know I was months back doing, deliveries, and I'll tell anybody it's too dangerous.
Yes, it is.
For a woman. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Because if something jumps off, you're on your own.
Sincerely.
To your own devices. Mm-hmm. Because this is how, as this story here, you don't know. And people can come up with the wildest, accusations of what they think happened.
Right.
I think they did this. I think they did this. But, I say a family, anything is possible. But if a person say, well, no, I don't think this person would do that, then that's all you have to go on until you see otherwise. But the evidence proves otherwise.
We live in a very different place here in the 21st century with
Mm,
the technology, with the way certain things are being handled. More
yeah.
and more people are going missing now
Yeah, it's
or
scary.
having certain things happen to them. And it's showing up not only here on social media, but on mainstream media as well to a limited time frame, you know. And I
That's why you
think
got to
that
start telling people when you're coming and going. I mean, sometimes you don't have people in your business, but single people, especially, you need to be,
vigilant. Yes.
especially when it's far off places, ducked off places, where they're not going to be the eyewitnesses. You need to just kind of tell somebody, "Hey, I made it." I mean, what's one or two texts a day just to say, "Yeah, I made it." Hey, I'm on my way home. Somebody don't hear from you. You got at least a timeline.
Yeah, it's not like the old days, Angela.
No,
You
I
know,
know. And that's the
not like
sad
the old
thing.
days.
I know. But in this day and time, you've got to be careful about like I just said, the most simplest things, such as just going to the grocery store. Anything can happen. God forbid you get your car break down. You'll tell about have some AAA where you ain't got to come out that car.
Yeah, you have to watch everybody
You have
that
to watch
approaches
everybody.
you.
Yeah,
You
you
really do.
do.
Yeah, you really do.
And that's sad.
You know,
You can't even get to where you're going because you're looking at the people standing in the parking lot. Are they looking funny? I mean, that's a terrible way to live.
yeah. And the story that Deborah had shared on your channel, I
Mm-hmm.
certainly appreciate that because we don't
Well, I
get
tell you,
to
I sure wasn't
hear.
expecting all that.
Right, right.
I
We don't
was
get to
having
hear
fun.
that kind of
No.
information
Yeah, it's been a while since I've
every
heard a
day.
story similar to that.
Yeah. And the stories that you cover on your channel pertaining to all of these various different cases that you're bringing awareness to,
Mm-hmm.
I certainly appreciate. And I've been
Well, thank
following
you.
you. I've been sitting in the cut.
Ah,
I've been sitting in the cut.
yeah, but I made a point of telling the fans that I don't talk about any new children cases. I only talk about um, ones I've covered because right now I'm waiting to hear from information out of Alabama pertaining to Camille McKinney. The sister
Yes.
of the suspect wants to give us information pertaining to what the lawyer has told her about the sister. You
Oh,
hear me?
wow. Currently?
Yeah, because I had
Oh,
got a new phone, so I didn't open the Instagram app up. That's what I was trying to tell my mom. So she and maybe the girl that sent me stuff from 2 weeks ago. I didn't get it because I didn't have the app open. So I went in last night and told her, let me know I'm gonna go live today. And then I messaged her a little while ago, letting her know. I tried calling her, she didn't answer. She might have been at work, but I was letting
right.
her know whenever you want to go live and let us know what the attorney has to say about the case. Just we'll go
Right.
live with the information. But I talked to somebody that knows some things not too long ago, and
Yeah. I can
it's
imagine.
it's
I
not
can imagine.
it's real bad
I can
because they
imagine.
don't want to go on live with what they know what happened to her that night.
Right.
It's bad.
Usually is that way
Yeah,
anyway.
it's real bad. I just told myself, yeah, because that person, they'll threaten you, and people will threaten you.
Yeah.
You start talking and stuff, and it's just like that case to me is baffling too. Like, how did you get yourself in this situation? How did both of them get themselves in that situation? Of how you know what I'm saying? How did you cohesively say to another human, "We're gonna go pick up a kid.
Hmm. Yeah.
We're gonna take the kid home and do these things to the
And
kid,
yeah,
kill
all
the
kinds of
kid,
stuff.
dump the kid." Yeah, because something was told to me that was done to the kid, and make your eyebrows burn off.
Along with other things too, you
Well,
know.
that's I see, and I'm trying to understand how do you get to that point? How do you let somebody? Because it's no different than what we're talking about in this case with the kids. How you going along with this?
Right,
You're diabolical to go along with it.
right, right. What mindset does one have to have in order to do something like that? You're right. You're right.
I don't understand. How
How do
would
you
you
follow that?
when you talk? How would you? Because when that case broke and we got information about Patrick Stallworth, nothing has come back derogatory about him. He's been in the military. He lived in Florida.
Okay.
So I understand he does not have a criminal record down there, nor in the state of Alabama. So what the hell happened?
Right.
What I mean,
Right.
what happened? But it goes back to the same stuff I say about Chris Watts, all these people. You didn't know him. That's what happened.
Hmm.
I don't know him. I don't know Chris Watts. These people are probably already, obviously jacked up.
Yeah.
But who talked to whom first to say, hey, let's go do this?
And once again, like you've always said on your channel, we don't know these people.
No, we don't
None
know.
of them. None of them. And we can only absorb what's been put out there. And we have to be very careful
It's
and
true.
do our own due diligence as to where we get our information
Information,
from.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's so
And one
sad.
thing I have to,
Yeah.
compliment you on, as always, you get it from a news source.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what's
rarely
made
if it be
public.
somebody else. Because anytime I get stuff that's from people
You have
lately,
to be very
nothing I've
critical.
done. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
And but I've told people, some of the people that I've talked to about the missing persons cases, a lot of the people they don't want to go on the live.
Right.
And which is weird to me to some degree. But then I know also if it's something salacious, they're going to tell me that's going to cause a problem with their family naturally, because family don't want to hear anything negative, about their loved ones. It'll start, an uproar. So I don't want to, jeopardize nobody's safety, because they want to tell me something. But at some point, it's like the truth's going to have to come out. You can't just keep sugarcoating stuff and not, you know what I'm saying? Because you can't really get to the bottom of something if nobody wants to own what the person was actually doing at the time of their disappearance.
Correct.
And if somebody has viable information, which I have viable information right now I'm sitting on pertaining to one of my cases, but I can't repeat what was told.
Right.
Because folks will start acting a monkey's ass. I already know it, so I won't tell it.
Yeah. You have to be
First
careful.
they're going to start doing is picking at, well, who really did? You know what I'm saying? So, and I told that person I would never tell. Yeah, I told him, I said, well, I would never tell that you told me anything, because I already know that the people just gonna start trying to pick at who gave the information, and I don't want this person's life in jeopardy because of what they told. But what they told is very pertinent. It's very pertinent.
Right.
But I can't tell nobody.
Exactly. But I want to thank you, Miss Angela, for allowing me to come up and rub shoulders with you.
Thank you. I hope everything works out with Mr. Robinson. I pray for his family. I know this is
because the last thing I want to see on your channel is you get so passionate and
I got a little emotional. I wasn't expecting to get like that either, because I was gonna just like let it slide.
Yeah,
the more I started thinking about it, I started getting irritated. Like, this is crazy.
Right.
You haven't explained myself every live. It's like, I don't think I should have to do this. When the information stands on its own, you either accept the information or you don't.
Right. Anybody that's been following you doesn't have to, have you go back over and over and over again if they've been following.
Yeah, because that's time consuming.
Yes, it is.
It's like,
yes, it is.
Why are you going to read a source and then you have to keep repeating? Now, naturally, people are going to, depending on how long you're running, naturally, people are going to fall into the chat, and then they're going to be like, okay, what's going on? And then somebody in the chat, more than likely, one of the chat members is going to tell the other person in the chat, oh, this is what they're talking about.
Right.
The host shouldn't have to just repeat verbatim.
Exactly.
The information.
Exactly.
Because it's already in the queue. It's in the YouTube queue.
Right. So I wanted to jump up here and lean over, give you a hug, let you know I was here.
I'm
been
good.
listening, and you're on point as always.
Thank
I got
you.
much love for you.
Good luck. Prayers for your
chat.
What you're doing with them, and I hope
we'll keep
some answers come about.
Yeah, we'll keep you posted, and hopefully regarding the Summer Wells case.
I thought about talking about that tonight. I thought, oh God, no, leave it
regarding the phone, this information that's come out.
And I know. I went in the queue tonight just before going live, and I said, "Do you want to do a double live and talk about that?" I think I better leave that alone.
Yeah,
that stuff right there is getting real wicked.
Yeah,
I don't know what's going on with them people.
whatever comes out of that, I guess we'll find out in a couple of days. If it's anything, great. If it's nothing, okay. It doesn't
That's
move
what you
us.
have to ask yourself. This is the truth now. You have to ask yourself, is what this playing out right now is even the truth?
Right.
See, everybody's
Right.
getting repeating, he said and she said and
Yeah.
do you even know that what's being told to
Exactly.
you is the truth?
Exactly.
You look at what we're dealing with. Then you have to ask yourself the obvious question.
Yeah.
Is the information even the truth?
Right.
Because
Right.
just look at the people that you're getting the information from.
Exactly. And it's information after the fact that Summer went missing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So we
Mm-hmm.
have to be very careful on that.
Mm-hmm.
The main
Wow.
thing is to focus on the two people that were responsible for
Yes,
Summer.
they are the most important. Yes.
Period.
Yes.
Period.
Yes.
Period. As long as people keep their focus on those two, one is in jail
Mm-hmm.
and one is
Free.
freelance. Yeah,
Look, free like
freelance.
OJ.
Yeah. Now you can
Like
take a look.
OJ.
Now you can take a look at part of the story that may have not have been told due to control and manipulation factors from the other. And I'm talking about Donald.
Yeah.
He's away, and now Jose pops
The
up,
mice can play.
and
Yeah. So
all
yes,
this.
I mentioned that too. Why all of a sudden? Yeah.
Yeah, what is that all about?
Was it
I
the
didn't really get
intimidation
anything
factor
from him.
that maybe he felt intimidated? That's why he didn't speak because he's worried about
Exactly.
doing something. But if he don't know where you at, doesn't matter if you speak via
Right.
phone, YouTuber. Nobody knew where you were, so it wouldn't
Right.
matter if you came out and spoke then
Right.
or now. I mean, you understand what I'm saying? What can he do to you if he doesn't know where you are? And I don't
Right.
see him doing anything, even if he knew where he was.
Right.
I wouldn't see him doing anything. I
So
think
for
Donald's
us,
just out talk.
so for us right now to just pay attention and let this play out, and let's see what comes out of this phone thing. If Donald had a phone that he had to give up on
Mm-hmm.
February 7th, when the court had decided to keep him and put him in jail
Mm-hmm.
for a time period, and this was given to a second party
Mm-hmm.
and now given to a third party called Candace,
Mm-hmm.
and she is holding it and doesn't want to give it to the Hawkins County
But
Police
let's
Department
think
or
about this. What's
anybody
the
else.
relevance of giving the phone over though?
Yeah,
That's past.
right.
I would want your phone before. I mean, around the time the child went missing. What you're talking about now, would it be relevant? Would you be stupid enough to be talking about something on your new device or whatever?
Now it could be. It could be an after thing. Post Summer's gone missing, I need to make certain contacts with certain people regarding it that could be on the phone. And then again, it could be nothing. It could be
And that's what
nothing.
I'm saying. Because
Yeah,
because you got to understand first the mindset of the person who owns the phone to
right.
decide if they would be stupid enough to be talking to anybody after
Exactly.
June 15th.
Exactly. And so, TBI, along with the FBI, need to take a look at that to say, well,
So you really do believe that somebody need to look at his phone?
I mean, if he had it post Summer going missing at that time, yes. Yes.
You mean after?
Because
You say after
after,
or before?
yes. Yeah,
After.
exactly.
But you got to
It,
remember, they did take their phones, right? So I think they had substitute phones they bought until they got theirs back.
yeah, well, I mean, you kind of figure if you take my phone, what am I going to
Yeah, I
use?
got to go buy some. So they bought
I'm
some
going to
from
go
my
buy
understanding that they
something.
went and buy
Correct.
some. So
That
you
could
think the
be
newer
one of
phones
the
that they
phones.
bought allegedly, that should be looked at?
Right. That could be one of the phones. Correct. 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 And so that's why that phone needs to be looked at, needs to be judged and analyzed,
Why
and
would somebody keep
cloud
it allegedly?
and
Do you
and
believe
have a
her?
cloud extraction.
But
Have
do
a
you believe
cloud
her?
extraction from it.
But do you believe her that the man kept the phone for 3 weeks or so? See, that's why I said you don't know what to believe.
Eh, Thank you. Thank you. And that's why it
Do
needs
I
to be
believe her?
checked out. And that's why it needs to be checked out. I believe that her and this guy, Tim, whoever's their media coordinator or controller or whoever the hell he is, they both need to be brought in for re-questioning. One, for Candace changing her official statement according to how Summer went missing. And two, this guy with the damn phone. He's holding information that he had allegedly took
Alleged.
data from and downloaded on his
But who
computer.
knows that he took data? Who's
No,
the source to say he
exactly,
took the data?
exactly.
Because
That's
that's not
why.
something I would tell you if I took somebody's phone, kept it, didn't give it back. Who would know that I took anything off of it? Would I be foolish enough to tell
To begin
somebody
with,
I did
right?
that?
And
So
hence it
that's an
needs to be
assumption.
checked. Right, right. And hence it needs to be checked so that we're clear of all assumptions based on that phone. Yep.
Well, he gave his phone to Tim, I guess, because he wanted to give it to him.
And if there's something on there, we'll find it, or they'll find it.
Tracy
And if
says
there's nothing
publicity
on there,
stunt.
then we'll know that too. Just like Jose and Dudley and all of these other characters that
Oh,
popped into this whole damn
jeez.
scenario
I
after
guess I've
9
not even
months,
asked you how you feel about the Jose situation.
I felt that, he could only give a character reference to his
At
experience
that time.
regarding right. That's it. That's it. I mean, it's nothing more than that. I mean, he wasn't there according to
Yeah,
his timeline.
another YouTuber's up here and she was kind of, like, well, I feel like what he had to say is irrelevant because it gives us insight to the child, how she looked, things about her, blah, blah, blah. But
Right.
like I told her, I said, yeah, but in the end, that was only a short spell that he was up there. I would
Right.
care more to know if he was there around the time she disappeared.
Right. And we're talking about
Because a
after
year
the fact.
before, 8 months or 9 months beforehand,
Right.
me, in my opinion, doesn't really mean things to me. I told her, you obviously weigh it differently than I do.
Right.
I don't really care about when he was there before because anything could have changed between 8 months and June 15th.
Exactly. And you brought up in your
Which not much because the house is still in disarray, but
right. And you brought up in your last slide that same point.
Yeah.
Which you made very clear. Very clear. And
Yeah.
I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did because, it blows away a lot of the fog to say, if this guy was there during the time someone went missing, okay, relevant.
Yeah, he'd be very relevant.
Yeah. If his gone
How she looked, the way her
before
hair
that
was,
time,
it's her hair looking the way that the poster. Because you got to
Right.
remember the posters of her with the bob, but then we find out, oh no, her hair was short. So those are relevant factors. Why are you putting up a picture? Cal City BS.
Right.
You put up a picture of the child hair long, and that ain't even the way she allegedly looked at the time she went disappeared. So we don't know. How did she look when she disappeared?
Right, correct. And if it has relevance, then okay, we have to consider it. If it has no relevance because there's a time gap there called 8 months, you weren't there, what's your story about?
Yeah.
You see, if you're going for when I was there and this is how I saw Summer, okay, thank you. Thank you. That's it. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have to say.
But just every
Thank you.
day, you got to keep making a video about receipts and this and that. It's like you're trying to prove something to us. You don't got to prove nothing to me because it's in the eye of the beholder. I'm not interested.
Right.
Because look how many people have come out to talk to tell us what the house looked like, inside, outside, why we fell out, how she lived, how the children live. We saw all that in just pictures and TikTok videos. You really didn't have to tell us nothing.
Right.
Because we saw that the place was unkempt, the children weren't taken care of. But like I said, everybody's perception is different.
Yeah, but to know that also from his statement that Summer did go off that property on several.
That's the only thing I thought that was relevant.
That's what I picked up.
Yeah, because
that's what I picked
PBI's thrown that at the end here months ago. It's either foul play or she wandered off. All bets are still on for something. So, okay, cool. So that to me was relevant. Okay, the child didn't have a propensity to go do something that she was possibly told not to do.
Right.
But that's a child because that's the same thing Dominic said about Cupcake. She ain't that type of girl. She ain't that type of girl to go with nobody, but she did on that night.
Right. I remember that. Yeah.
Because you can't speak for your children.
And the same thing applied. The same thing applied here. So I said, okay, there's a little piece of information to say that someone witnessed Summer going off that property at various different occasions and how they found her. Now, where they found her, he was able to delineate that Summer went about a half a mile
Yeah, down
from
the
the
driveway.
property
Yeah.
and was found behind a house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wandering. So, do you believe his accounts of what he said about the child wandering off?
Now, I mean, you have to take in consideration he makes mention of it when he was there. So he had to have witnessed
Okay.
some kind of event where Summer did go wandering off, and Don and Candace
Mm,
did go looking for Summer at
okay.
that time and then found her a half a mile from the property on someone else's property behind the house. And so I asked the question, who the hell's house did she go to? Okay. And
That's a very
how
good point.
far, yeah, how far off of Ben Hill Road was
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Was it north
Because
of
somebody
the
somebody in the chat said the other day, somebody said they saw her down the road that night. I said, I ain't hear that. They ain't
yeah,
heard. Nobody said they saw that girl down the road at 7 o'clock.
yeah. Well,
How could she be
Angela,
found? How could she be seen at 7 o'clock and the call went in dispatch at 6:27? So if she was found at 7, wouldn't I, as a human being, pick her up and say, "Sweetheart, where are you going? Are you lost?" I'd put her in my car and have her drive me take where she lived.
right. I want to know how she was found the last time she was off that property on
Mm-hmm.
someone else's property a half a mile away. I want to know what
Half
that
a
report
mile. So
says.
what, she
Yeah,
walked
half
on
a
a
mile.
main road,
Yeah,
Beach Creek Road? I mean,
exactly. I mean, that's what
dangerous.
is told. But now the Hawkins County Sheriff's Department has to give us an explanation as to that fact because they already put it out there. Ansley Daniels on June 26th, okay, told us that she was informed by one of the parents that Summer was outside the house. And that was according from Candace's statement.
Okay, see, that's where this problem is.
That is
You
the
got at
problem.
least 4
Correct.
versions,
Correct.
including TBI's version, outside, no shoes,
Right.
Candace, inside.
There you go. That's a
That messed
problem.
it up.
That's a
That the
problem.
TBI days later would say outside, no shoes, or then some other version was Beach Creek community outside.
Right.
That's
Outside.
very broad
Right. Why would she say inside,
because
downstairs
she
in the
changed
basement?
because she was given different versions.
There
Like
you go.
I took a run.
There you
Run
go.
means what? I walked, run, or got in the car, did a run.
And hence the reason why she needs to be requestioned
And
as
then
to her previous
people are going to
statement.
argue about the dispatch. I think the dispatch got it wrong. No, the dispatch didn't get it wrong. The dispatch wrote down what you said.
Right. And you went back on that on your channel.
In your
You covered it
interview,
real good. Yes, you did.
remember when she
Yes,
did her
you did.
interview? She's
Yep.
been watching YouTube. That's why when she said, I would never take a walk because of the bears and coyotes, she watched people talk, questioning that.
Yeah.
So she had to go in and tell this news reporter, oh, I would never walk around because of the bears, the coyotes. But the point is, the question isn't about you wandering. It's about your child wandering. So why are you defending yourself as a walk around person? The story
Exactly.
is about your daughter. I told myself right then, she's told on herself.
Yeah. And you brought that out. You
Yeah,
brought that
because
out.
you
So
wouldn't
it's
say
hard.
that. You wouldn't
It's
you
hard
wouldn't
to
say that. You wouldn't say I don't walk around. You'd say she knows not to walk around because of
right.
the bears, coyotes, snakes.
Exactly. So when you brought that out on your channel, I said, "Hot damn!" I said, "Angela's right. Let's take another look at those clips.
Mm-hmm,
Going backwards
mm-hmm.
and tighten that up." And sure enough, I said, "Damn!" I said, "Angela's on point because
Right.
she's putting it on her channel, and not a lot of people understand exactly where you're coming from when you bring your content out." So I said, okay. So I said, I'll keep an eye on it. And sure enough, I've got questions about Candace's searches. It's never brought into the narrative at
Okay.
all.
Mm-hmm.
I think the narrative breaks down with Candace because it stops with her and then picks up with Dawn coming from work. So hence we have a time gap between the two of them. And I
Mhm.
tell people on my channel, the culprits in this case is not Jose, it's
Mhm.
not Dudley, it's not, to a degree,
Yeah,
Grandma,
I don't even think about those people.
or
I don't think
anybody
about those
else,
people,
or
no.
anybody else other than Don and Candace, because they have been the focal point since day one
Mhm.
on the disappearance of Summer.
Yeah.
Now, let's go now with the information that Jose was able to give us to say that, also from Grandis to say she took a nap. Oh my God, that changes the
She messed
timeline
it up too, yeah. Because that was never mentioned about a
because
nap.
it was never mentioned by Candace that, oh, my mother
But that's
went
the whole
inside
point.
to
She
take
never
a
gives a
nap.
timeline of, hey, I pulled up to the house at this time. I walked
Right.
to the camper at this time, planted flowers at this time, walked the child over at this time, went back to the camper, walked back to the house, yelled for her around 3:30, 4:35. It's no timeline.
Exactly, because the FBI even questioned it when they sat down both with Don and Candace to say, is there anything in addition to the timeline you want to add because we can't put it together?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And so
It's
they
just
had
like
a
what I said to
problem.
somebody too about this grandest BS and this so-called friend and this conversation. I'm about to just do a whole nother live then. Why would I tell you that I saw her leave with the child when now I'm implicating myself into a crime and also implicating my daughter in a crime and also implicating her husband?
There you go.
I told myself there's no way Grandis would tell somebody that. Why
There
would
you
she
go.
tell her that? Knowing there's a possibility she would go back and tell somebody.
Exactly. That's why she said nothing in the
Yes.
beginning. That's why she said nothing in the beginning. It was hard to get anything out of
What I'm
her in the
saying.
beginning. Now you're going to
A complete
find out.
stranger I'm gonna talk to?
Right. Now you're going to find out she took a nap 9 months later that Candace didn't include in her original narrative. Come on. The shit's breaking down. Well, I'm sorry.
No, you're
The
fine.
stuff,
It is breaking down
the
because
stuff's
this is
breaking
what people
down.
do. But you know what? This is how you discover that a person is a liar. They become comfortable.
Right.
When they least expect it, they start talking and they say something different than what they said before. It happens all the time.
Yep. So I have a major problem with the narrative as well as everybody else,
Mhm.
from Jump Street.
You understand?
I've been digging at Candace's timeline because it leaves Summer with Candace if Grandma went to take a nap.
Mhm.
Candace now has got to
Who
tell
left her? Who left her over here down in the basement? So that's
exactly,
why I said she never gave a timeline to pulling
exactly,
up, camper, walking her to the thing, back
anywhere,
to the camper, back to the
anywhere,
house. So
anywhere.
we don't know. And like I said, you're talking about at least a 2.5. Let's see, 2:33, 6, that's 6, 3.5 hour window of this drama.
Right, right, anywhere, anywhere. And that's the problem that the FBI and TBI had with her, as well as Don saying that if he was at work from a specific time,
Mhm.
and then got home, if he left at 5:30 and thought that they made the 911 call at 6:26, where does 5:30 come up? If they released anybody from work at 5:30 and Donald drove 90, almost 100 miles an hour on a
I doubt that.
45-mile-an-hour
You better
road to
blow
get
that truck up.
home, and he got home in 30, he said 30 to 35 minutes.
Mhm.
Okay, it cuts time and almost in half. What did he do during his search when he got home? Now he says he came off of Beach Creek Road, entered the lower shed area, all the way to back to the creek where he saw his three boys and a neighbor. And I was always asking the question, well, why, if you see your three boys, why the hell would you leave them there with the neighbor? Grab the boys, put them in your car. Your daughter's missing. You want to get some kind of family
Wait a minute. What
security.
time did you say he said he made it home?
Yeah, well, from 5:30, if he left from 5:30 and
So he'd have got there a little bit after 6.
a little bit after 6,
So you
right?
made it there before the 911 call got into the dispatch.
Correct. correct. That's an open time gap there.
Yeah.
You see, and so it's not
Because
it's not
allegedly
matching up.
Jonesboro is, I think, an hour away. So it only makes sense that he would have gotten there right after the 6:26, 6:27 time mark of the dispatch call if he actually drove a decent rate of 60 miles an hour.
Right, because Hawkins County Police Department didn't show up until a little after 7, almost 7:09 at best. So you've got from 3:30 up until 7:09, there's an open time gap there in between the 911 call that these people were doing some stuff.
As black folks say, rearranging
You know,
furniture moving.
yeah,
It's not funny because we know we're talking about a child that's possibly dead, but you get the drift.
yeah,
There was some furniture moving.
yeah.
I always said that. That's why she won't get your timeline, see.
You have not explained even to the FBI or TBI there's something wrong there.
Yeah.
It's a big
That's all that whole day to me is orchestrated. I just believe that it was orchestrated.
So you have
whatever sick reason, it was orchestrated.
So you have to keep your eye not on anybody. I don't care if it's a YouTuber, if it's Don and Candace, because in my estimate, and this is just my estimate from my investigation on this case, when Candace left twice from that property, the first time she left, okay, according to the information that's given right now, when she left the first time, she had Summer with her off that property. Summer never got out of that vehicle because Candace never said Summer got out of the truck and helped the boys with the groceries. I was looking for that, but I didn't get it. So I waited and waited and waited. Where does Summer exit the truck that she was in, sleeping up against the 2 gallons of milk? It's not there. And so that's a part of the narrative that needs to be cleared up. If she didn't get out the truck, hence she's still in the truck. And if she said to her mother, I'll be right back, and she said to her boys, I'll be right back, and forget all this extra stuff that Candace threw into the narrative at that time, because Summer wasn't feeling well from the swimming hole, from that day not eating or anything of that.
See, that's another thing. Somebody else mentioned that the other day. Well, why I didn't hear that in the news interview that your daughter wasn't feeling well? That wasn't mentioned in the news interview with that girl when they were sitting outside.
Right. I mean, I'm just saying. Just saying.
So who did she tell that version to?
The what part?
That the daughter wasn't feeling well.
That was information that was given to her mother, that the daughter wasn't feeling well.
So the mother repeated that to the so-called friend.
There you go. And so, they're going to play off of each other.
You really don't know.
She kept quiet, obviously. She kept quiet about it. And if Candace happened to have called Donald prior to the 911 call about Summer not feeling well to take her to a hospital, or to check with him before to see what he would say, now that's a part of the timeline that's not there. They never mention that conversation in the timeline. And hence, if TBI has that information based on the cell phone data extraction, then that's going to show up. It indicates both
that's
of
why
them talking to each other.
They are back there searching.
Yeah.
Because you keep going back. You got to count Kingsport to Rogersville, 35-minute drive.
Right.
Why do you keep constantly going back there to search? Because some things come back.
Yeah. And it's a lot of property. We have to remember it's 11.2 acres of land that these people own. That's huge. EquiSearch went down there twice. Twice. Covered well over 7,600 acres, in its entirety on a two visitation search effort. and they couldn't find that child. So hence, where the hell is she?
That's the spooky part. Is where is she?
Right.
So you had to put her down deep.
Eh,
You gotta have time to do some serious digging and burying. And I don't see a woman, doing that.
Yeah. And Donald's, comments on his news report when it first came out, that, his family believes in the resurrection and all this other stuff, it kind of rings in your mind. It stays there to say, why would a
Anybody,
parent,
the
without
last thing you be
searching
talking
for their
about.
daughter, right? Why would a parent, without searching for their daughter yet at that time, mention resurrection and all this downplay on looking for Summer? It didn't make any sense to me. Still doesn't today, but it's
Sick.
starting.
It'll be just as sick as Cal City if indeed both planned
Once
this.
again, Cal City, rings right around the corner from that.
Because we might be talking about really a neck and neck storyline for both.
Yeah, kind of situation.
Yeah, that they're both dual parents, complicit.
Well, yeah. Well, now that you have an indictment on both Trezell and Jacqueline, and we're definitely going to see how that plays out when it comes to May 23rd, the beginning of the trial. Yeah, May 23rd.
I guess that district attorney said, I got enough problems. I got to get this on the docket.
Right around
but
the
I
corner.
like when it's swift. But I like when it's swift because I don't want to do all that October, because that's how Camille McKinney's supposed to be. You see, right now we're in the 22. This is years behind with Camille McKinney. It should have been on the docket.
Right. Too much time for anything else. Too much time for witnesses to change positions. I think the May 23rd position is a good one.
Yes, very good. The quicker the better. That lets me know she's got what she needs.
Yeah, there's a gag order.
That was the 1st of March when they brought out the indictment. So that means she was ready to go.
Right. And there's a gag order that's been placed on the case, which is good. DA has locked it down.
So do you think they will change? Do you think the defense will try to change the venue?
What's that?
Do you think the defense will try to move for a different venue?
We'll see. I mean, if that is going to be their approach to make a motion for change of venue, obviously they're going to have to come up with a reason as to why that is. And that's going to be something that is going to be right before us, because once before that trial period, I think they're supposed to be having a hearing based upon the defense actually getting the case. So that's going to be the next piece.
I hope they don't get a different venue.
Yeah, we'll see.
I mean, because there's still people in California that haven't heard of the children missing.
Yeah, isn't that something?
Yeah, I've heard people say it. I heard people from California say it. I didn't even know the children were missing. I thought, what? What do you mean?
Yeah. So we'll see some very interesting things happen between now and May 23rd. It's right around the corner.
Can't come quick enough.
And we don't know how defense is going to include any kind of suppression, if any of the information going into any discovery that they may want to make a motion about to suppress. But it's going to be very interesting indeed, because the prosecution right now holds, to a degree, a very strong case of murder in the second degree. You've got also the child abuse charges, which is also a felony. Also, the false reporting of an emergency, which is a misdemeanor, but hence you've got two major charges above that that they're going to go after.
Well, I think it should be a felony if indeed you have proof that the children are dead.
Well, yeah.
I mean, you willingly knew they were dead when you made the 911 call.
And then hence the smoking gun of the minor has got to come up. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Well, I thank you.
Yes.
Come get out of here. Get me something to eat on this late.
I know you're probably hungry and everything. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
And appreciate the chat and everything. Much love to everybody. And I wanted to come up to make sure that
I'm
for
good.
one little moment, I was to stop or be responsible for stopping your tears and getting back to a conversation. And I'm
Yeah,
glad I
because
did.
that was the point. Give these people who like to give, who don't mind hitting the link and give them a chance to, voice their opinion. That's what it's
Yeah.
for.
I
So
know how
people can
passionate
voice
you
their
are.
opinion.
I
Yeah.
know how
Well,
passionate you
it's
are.
okay. Look, Queen Gucci now, she real good.
Queen is back to normal.
Yeah, she back to normal.
Yeah,
Thank you
that's
so
good.
much for joining me.
You got it.
We'll see what's
We'll see what happens.
what'll be in the queue by morning.
Yeah. I'll let you wrap up, love.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right.
All right, thank you for joining me.
Good night, chat.
Good night.
Good night, Angela.
Okay, good night. All right, everybody, that's John QQ. Thank you all so much for joining me, tuning in. Sorry the live went long. I had said it earlier. I did not want the live to go this long, but I thank you all for joining me. If you'd like to donate to the channel, $sign the Ganji 129 Cash App, and naturally, all super chats are welcome during this live. God bless all of you. Stay safe. I will be back with more commentary. I have some Crime Vault material I'd like to bring out to you by tomorrow. So thank you all so much. Yes, great guests. Thank you all. Be careful. And until we meet again, this is Everyday Shenanigans. You all have a wonderful evening. Bye-bye.